fly off the handle.
Chris understands now his dad had been suffering from PTSD and most likely various undiagnosed traumatic brain injuries.
Over the years, I forgave him because it was really holding me down. You know, the weight of bitterness and resentment. And once I let it go, I was able to become a better person.
In 2015, James had a stroke complicated by dementia. Chris made the difficult decision to retire from his beloved job as a sergeant in the NYPD to take care of his father full-time.
It's exhausting, but it's brought me closer to my dad, that relationship we never had, that we're able to start building now and make up for time lost.
There are 6 million veteran caregivers in the United States, and like Chris, nearly half are men. The Elizabeth Dole Foundation's Hidden Heroes program offers help and free resources and a chance to connect with other caregivers. At the annual Hidden Heroes Gala in Washington, D.C. last night, Chris was able to connect with other male hidden heroes, like Ilahia Johnson of Hawaii, who cares for his father, Anthony, a U.S. Army Vietnam vet, and Sean Lopez of Maryland, who put his career as a geologist on hold to care for his father, Carlos, a career Navy veteran. Well, first of all, just what does it mean to you to be here tonight and to be recognized and appreciated as caregivers?
Well, I think it's important to recognize that caregivers are more than just wives. They're husbands taking care of spouses, their children taking care of parents, sons taking care of fathers. So caregiving is an activity that transcends gender roles.
I mean, I always say caregivers are serving our country as well when they're taking care of our veterans who served and sacrificed so much for us.
You know, my dad served at a time where it wasn't his choice to serve. Drafted right out of high school, sent to Vietnam. It shaped so much of his life after that. So it's definitely a way to serve, is to take who put it all on the line.
What do caregivers need? What would you want people to know?
There's a point where you're just exhausted. We need more outlets where we can talk amongst peers or mental health professionals.
And you could feel the camaraderie in the room, not only between caregivers, but with the many stars who came to honor them, like Oscar winner Tom Hanks and actor Adam Driver, who also served as a Marine. This may be a complicated question, but how has being a caregiver to your fathers affected your relationships with your fathers?
In my case, it got way better. You know, it got stronger because in the course of caring for him, I understood more about what he went through.
It seems like a simple question, but why do you do it? What does it mean to you to take care of your father?
So I think we spend so much time in life asking the question of what do I want my life to look like? Instead of asking what it should be is who do I want to be in life? And so for me, that was powerful in finding my sense of purpose as a caregiver.
And it's clear that none of these men or any of these courageous caregivers do what they do for accolades. For them, these acts of service are simply acts of love.
My dad was asked by the doctor, who takes care of you? And he said, my son takes care of me. He's my caregiver. I felt good about it when he said that.
Guys, it was so beautiful. Every time, I'm telling you, these caregivers are so incredible what they do, and they serve mostly in the shadows. People don't know, and that's why this organization, Hidden Heroes, means so much to me. It's like my goal every year. You're not going to be hidden. Not this year. We're going to show your faces. We want everyone to look around their neighborhoods and their communities. There are caregivers everywhere, whether they're veteran caregivers or just taking care of elderly parents or kids with special needs, and they need us to see them and say, hey, I'm here. What could I do for you? Could I watch your kids for an afternoon? Hey, do you need a break? It's so easy. It's great to be involved, but it's just that human touch means so much to these caregivers. I hear it all the time.
Well, and you know, you think about this, I always think about the sacrifices caregivers make, but when you see what they're getting in return, when you talk about the bond with their dads, my word, that was so profound to me. It really is.
Yeah. It's so, because a lot of them and all the gentlemen we talked to yesterday, you know, they all had, you know, kind of complicated relationships with their fathers because their fathers had suffered so much and it was so misunderstood. And this act of caregiving, which is a total act of sacrifice by their sons, has opened up this relationship. And they say they feel so honored and privileged to do it, even though it's the hardest work you could imagine.
That was so beautiful.
That was great to shine a light on that.
Yes, Savannah, awesome. We can't wait to see you, by the way, back here in Studio 1A tomorrow. That was awesome.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.
Also, we said it's who I want to be.
Yeah, beautiful.
And when Savannah also pointing out the fact that their service to their fathers, it's service to this country as well. So we are grateful. Thanks, SG. Safe travels.
Guys, thank you.
We're back 8:36, helping you read more today. So fall's in full swing, and with it comes a fresh new batch of great books. Here to share some of their favorites, a pair of New York Times bestselling authors, Isaac Fitzgerald and Jasmine Guillory. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's that
How
time.
are you?
We need fresh books. We need to start fresh. So let's go with fiction. Isaac, what's our fiction pick?
Listen, Jasmine Ward, two-time National Book Award winner.
Okay.
She doesn't need my help. But this book was just so good, I had to come on the show and talk about it.
Okay.
It follows Annis. She's a slave girl. She's living in the Carolinas. Eventually, she makes her way down to Louisiana to a sugar plantation. It's harrowing. But what drives you through this book is Jasmine's writing. It is absolutely incredible. The other aspect of it is her ancestry. She comes from a warrior grandmother. There's spirits. There's so much going on in this book. The title comes from Dante's Inferno. The writing's impeccable. Do it.
I'm in. All right, Jasmine, take us away. What's your fiction pick?
It is Lush Lives. This is a beautiful love story set here in New York City. It was one of those books. The writing is so beautiful that it felt like I was inside the book with them, that I was walking the streets of the city, that I was living this life with them, which is, I feel like, what the best fiction makes you feel like. I loved every page of it.
Sounds like candy. I'm into it. Let's talk nonfiction. You're into the Roman Empire.
Hold on, I got a
Help
question.
me
I got
fall
a
in
question
love.
for you. I got a question for
Don't
you.
tell
How
me.
often do you think about the Roman Empire?
Never.
You never.
Never.
That's not true.
Never.
That can't possibly be true.
Never.
Our language is derived. There's so much history. But let me tell you who thinks about it all the time. Mary Beard. And this is the follow-up. It's not so much a sequel as it's in conversation with her first book, SPQR, which was incredible. It's called Emperor of Rome. This takes us through 26 leaders, but not chronologically. It gives us pulls the curtain back on what their lives were like, who they surrounded themselves with. Let me tell you what it also makes me very helpful for. Peaceful transfers of power. Because there's a lot of murdering that was happening back then.
Yes.
But the history here is amazing. I just went to Rome for the first time. This book, reading it while I was there, made the whole place come alive. Mary Beard also doesn't write in academic prose. It is conversational. It is understandable. I love this book.
My God, you totally sold that one. Okay, Jasmine, what's your nonfiction pick?
Congratulations, the best is over. This is a collection of essays by R. Eric Thomas. His writing makes me laugh so hard, but also is so touches my heart, makes me tear up. Every essay feels like you're just having a great gossip with a good friend over brunch. And I feel like he's my best friend now. I hope he knows that, because this is like so much fun to read.
And by the way, essays, it's always nice to have it by your bed. Yeah. You can pick it up, you can read
bite-sized bits for like weeks on end. It's great.
All right, now we're giving you free reign. Author's choice. You have all the genres. What are you picking, guys?
Wellness by Nathan Hill. This book is wonderful. He's an incredible writer. Right. All of his talents are on full display here. But what I love about this book is you can tell he did a ton of research. Now, at its core, it's the story of a young couple. They meet in Chicago in the 90s, and it's 20 years of love, marriage, how life can fill our hearts, but also disappoint us a little bit. But behind it is all this incredible research. There's a bibliography. This is a fiction book with a bibliography, and the things that Nathan Hill is fascinated by fascinate me as well. It is kind of a send-up of our current culture, but also has a ton of heart. It's 600 plus pages, but you wouldn't know it. You'll rip right through it. Incredible.
Oh my God, I'm so pumped up. I don't know.
It matches your pantsuit. It matches your pantsuit.
Okay, what is your author's pick?
Meg Cabot is like the romance goddess, right?
Okay.
And it's October. I feel like people are in the mood to read something a little witchy.
Yes.
This is a romance about a witch in a small town in October who has to save the world. A handsome stranger comes to town and they have to save her town together. It is so much fun to read. I just ripped right through it. You'll love it.
Okay, give us some young adult or kid stuff. What do you have?
All right, Ava reads A Study in Drowning. Basically, we follow Effie. She's this young architecture student. She's the only woman in her class. But her favorite author, who's passed, his manor basically needs like a redo. So she's going there to where it's like a dream project for her. But there she meets Preston, who's a literary academic, and he is actually convinced that her favorite author, who she's there to help with his house, is a fraud. Now, do they like each other?
Do they?
They do not, but maybe eventually. That's right, she knows. They come together begrudgingly to solve a mystery. There's gothic romance in this. It is a perfect October read. It's by the sea. The buildings are crumbling. The world building is incredible.
Oh, I love it. Okay, young adult, what you got?
The Blackwoods. This book is about like a Hollywood family, a big, sprawling family. The matriarch dies at the beginning of the family. And the story is about her two granddaughters, and then we have flashbacks of her life. So there's family secrets. It's about fame and how it's affected all of their lives. But it is also just so juicy, you cannot put this one down.
You guys, I have to tell you, you make reading so fun and exciting.
It is so fun.
We got to point out that your book, Dirtbag Massachusetts, coming out in paperback, of course, New York Times bestseller, Runaway.
You just said that you like essays because you can pick them up and put them down. It's essays, baby.
And we've got Drunk on Love. We're going to remind you of your latest work. Again, two brilliant writers sitting right here picking brilliant books. Y'all, thank you for making reading fun.
Thank you so much.
We're into it. You can find the rest of the picks on our website. Just head to today.com/books. Coming up next, get ready for cuteness overload. We're going to take you inside a nursing home using toddlers to help residents get back in touch with their inner child. But first, this is Today on NBC. Welcome back to 844 with an inside look at one very successful program that's helping people of all ages connect.
Yeah, there's this nursing home in Japan where they hired a very special team of workers for the sole task of keeping residents smiling. NBC's Janice Mackey Freer joins us with probably the sweetest story you're going to see all day. Hey, Janice.
Hey, good morning, guys. You guys know it can be a tough job these days to make somebody smile. So when a nursing home in Japan was looking for a way to cheer up its elderly residents, who better to hire than the world's experts at being cute, babies?
Once a week, Rina Shinohara heads off to work, clocking in for a shift at the Ichiwan nursing home for a job you could say she was born to do. Rina is one of the home's baby workers, a pint-sized team of professionals hired to spend time with elderly residents. Being cute is a full-time occupation here. The task, to make the days a little brighter. It energizes me to see them, so this really helps me, says Totsuo Ojiro, who's 93. His own grandkids don't come around much anymore. The idea of hiring babies came about after the nursing home's director brought her own granddaughter to work. When I saw the elderly people smile, I realized the power possessed by infants, says Kimigondo. So she advertised for recruits, up to 3 years old, who can't yet speak well to keep conversations simple. Requirements are pretty loose. Babies work when they want to and stroll around with a parent. She gets to interact with grandmothers and grandfathers, says Rina's mother. It's funny, I'm not working, but she has a job.
Rina, do you like your job?
The patter of little feet around wheelchairs and walkers here is meant to ease the isolation that often comes with growing old. It's especially acute in Japan, where a third of the population is over age 65. Last year, the government even created a Ministry of Loneliness to help get reclusive people out, especially after the pandemic. They should be able to interact with people of all ages, she says. It's only natural. There are now 70 baby workers on staff here, giggling for 100 residents, making the home more of a hub. When they come, they're so cute, she says. Being a baby worker isn't always easy, though. And there's mandatory retirement before preschool. But it comes with a salary of diapers and ice cream, and a rich payoff for residents, too.
Being adorable is one thing, but the fact that the baby workers can't yet speak is important. The nursing home's director explained it this way, that as most elderly residents age, it becomes harder for them to speak and to express their emotions. So nonverbal communication, the stuff that babies are great at, the hugs, the giggles, the toddler chaos, it can go a lot further than words in really giving people something to smile about.
Guys, that's a great idea.
Great. That's a universal language.
What a win-win for both. The kid gets ice cream, the others get the sunshine of children.
Yes.
Beautiful.
We should bring that to the States.
Why not?
Yeah. Thank you, Janice.
Thanks, Janice. Coming up next, you know what's another good idea here? Is not slaving in your kitchen, layering lasagna layer after layer after layer. Why? Giada's here. She says you don't have to do that.
Nope.
She's got this new method, one sheet, one layer. It's all over social media. You're going to get a hands-on lesson on how to do it. Coming up, but first, this is Today on NBC. Very excited for this moment. Sounds like someone's about to get whacked, but we're going to make a great meal. Today, food, joined by one of our favorites, the one and only Giada De Laurentiis. Giada, of course, known for her hit TV shows and best-selling cookbooks. And recently, you went to Italy, right? And what'd you do there? You always go to Italy. And you got a new culinary line available through your popular lifestyle. Why am I talking to you? Your website, your store. Giada's here, everybody. Well, you got a new pasta we're going to talk about. But like I said, you have 1,000 recipes, and we started talking about this idea of doing the lasagna without 100 layers and just doing it as a single layer.
We're just going to dump it all in a pot.
Where did this idea come from, and why isn't it this?
Well,
how come the people haven't been doing this for years?
Well, because this is a shape I had when I was a kid. They're little. They're called taccole, but they're like, think of taking lasagna sheets and breaking them up. Okay.
Right.
And so when we used to eat it, my mom used to just dump everything on top of it and just bake it off.
Right.
Because when you have 4 kids,
right.
time is of the
That's the
essence.
part
and
of it
no one
he
has
likes, though.
time to like layer everything. Yeah, and I love the crispy
The
parts.
top layer, the
Yeah.
baked off
Oh,
layer.
the crispy
So
bit.
this is
Wait till
just
we get
that.
there.
How do you make it?
So when we get there, you'll see.
Look, they're eating
I mean, they're eating it. So maybe maybe Hoda's got something crispy.
Really,
over there.
yeah.
What do you have down? You have garlic and oil
So I
already.
have garlic that's now burning because we
Right.
talked too much, and olive oil.
Where's the
and
spinach? Is that
I've got some-
frozen?
yeah, you can use fresh or frozen. I like the frozen because I like the texture. You'll see when we place it on.
Doesn't that just release a lot of water, though, the frozen spinach?
So this is defrosted, and we squeezed out all of the water. Okay.
Pro
And
tip.
then you put it in here,
Yep.
and then we add some Calabrian chili. Have you ever had this before?
No, not to my knowledge.
Really?
Yeah.
You have.
Probably have.
I
I think
probably
you have
sure you
because
have.
you're a big cook, so I'm pretty sure you have.
Siri's put it in there.
Need some
Oh, I know
more?
that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all
okay?
mushed up. Yeah, that's great.
It's all mushed up?
Got a little bit of
Okay.
heat. Wow.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, thanks. What am I on Hot Ones with Giada?
Well,
all
now
right.
you will never forget it. So there you go. Okay, anyway, but it's
All right.
sweet and hot.
Yep, it's
altogether.
delicious.
So we're going to saute this. It's going to end up looking like this.
Yep.
Okay? And then we take this, and we take the spinach mixture, and we mix it into the ricotta. So
When I saw this yesterday, I know you could eat it, obviously, as a main meal, but it almost felt like it could be a pass-around appy. Like you could cut it in short and just walk
Do
around.
you guys think that you can eat that
But
as an
robust.
appetizer walking
Yeah,
around?
and well, you could, I suppose.
I mean, I guess
Well, wouldn't it
You know, if you did the
No.
single
Well,
sheet,
No, but I
you
have
did
a great
a thin
idea.
layer,
Or-
and then
No, no,
took a
no.
pizza cutter
Maybe
and
if
cut
you
it in
put them in
squares.
little like muffin tins.
Right, something like that.
Okay.
I was like, why are you
Versatile.
ruining
know
my
what?
recipe?
Right.
Anyway,
I'm sorry, John.
No, what I wanted
Just
to say
offering people ideas.
is that okay, so it's all mixed, right?
Yep, looks
okay,
great.
So moving on. But what I was going to tell you is, you see that? So pick up one of the noodles.
Yep.
Okay.
Some of the taccoli?
Taccole.
Taccole, excuse me.
Okay, but look. So what I do is I cook them, then I put them in the oven, just plain on a sheet pan with some Parmesan cheese, and create taccole chips.
Oh.
Then,
That's what I'm
with the
talking
dipping,
about.
And then you can
That's
do an
what I'm talking about.
appetizer.
That's what I was talking about.
That's
Super Bowl, that'll be at
You're
my
on the right
crib.
track, Carson.
Gotcha.
Yep. Okay, sausage.
Meanwhile,
All right, you going sweet or you going
This is
hot?
spicy.
Or spicy?
This is spicy. You can use whatever. Sweet, spicy.
Use your sausage, though.
Okay.
Al dente, that's for sure.
Well, it has to be because we're going to put it in the oven
You're gonna go
for
for it
30
again. I
minutes.
get it.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, so we're going to break this guy up, and this
I'm
is
with
always
you.
the toughest part, is breaking up this lump of meat.
Yeah, want me to do that? You want to do something
Yeah,
else?
go ahead. And then we're going to add red onion to it just to season it. Now, the great thing is you can make all of these pieces in advance.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you can put it on there. You can even go that far.
I feel like you've been hiding
bake it
this
up.
from us because you've done so much great culinary work over the years. Like, where's this bit? This
I
is
needed
incredible.
a special pasta to do this.
that's why you created this.
I needed the shapes. So all of the shapes really that are part of this line are shapes reminiscent of what I grew up with that you can't really find. And to me, that is the exciting part of pasta.
So you can buy the
And
pasta.
not just that. Yeah, you can buy the pasta. Yes.
pasta.
And not just that, but the quality.
Yeah.
That, to me, is very special.
All right, so we got the sausage working. Now
So
we're
this
going to
is
mix
what it
the
looks like.
sausage. It's
Well,
crumbled.
yeah, but you would have added
I would have added the onions.
the red
Yeah,
onion.
got that going, all right.
So this is what it looks like here. Okay.
Beautiful.
So now I'm going to let you do the rest.
Gotcha.
Now we build?
Just add it in.
Into the pot.
All of it, or are we
All of
layering
it.
this?
No,
Okay.
no layering.
Gotcha.
This is
No
layering.
splash.
No layering.
Okay, we're going to
Okay.
go.
Add some pasta water.
Yep.
Okay.
A little thickener.
Well, you
little
don't want it to
creamier.
get too dry, right?
Yep.
So the pasta water has starch in it, and that really helps.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Got it.
1 cup of mozzarella. 1
Yep. 18 pounds of
18
Parmigiano Reggiano.
Because that is my favorite cheese of the world.
That is the most expensive cheese on earth.
Yeah.
I bought a block the other day. It was like $22.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like, is there a smaller block here? Look at the $16 one. All right. So that mix is
my
great.
God.
You got to build. Come on.
Come on,
Yeah.
we're running out of time.
Okay, we got it. We got it.
Mix it. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Here we go with the taco.
Do it. Bring it in.
Oh,
there.
dump
And
it
then
in.
just dump
No,
it
I
on.
told you there's no building.
No building.
This is
Oh, you
this
just
is
really throw it all on the sheet.
And then you put on the sheet?
Yes.
So the noodles are still al dente, though. You can't really serve this yet. It's designed for the second cook-off, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Did
Wanna
you
make
mix
sure.
that well? Because if you didn't mix it well, then we're going to have patches that are
let's
nudist.
pretend he did.
We don't want any nudists.
You gave me the
Okay,
world's smallest thing to mix it.
All right.
Okay, go, go, go,
Got
go,
it.
go, go,
Got it.
go, go, go.
30
Okay, so it
seconds.
all goes on top.
Nice job on the mix, though.
Wow, good job.
Okay, you
Carson.
do this. Go, go, Carson.
Go. What
You
is
do this.
happening here? We're
Not
going to race?
A little more cheese.
Yeah.
You got to flatten it out.
20 seconds.
Okay.
This recipe is at today.com for sure. And check out
taking too long.
Giada's pasta. It's fantastic. She grew up with it. You know it's great.
This is what it looks like.
How's Jade?
This is
How's
what
your
it
daughter?
looks like.
Jade's
She's
good.
great.
I love watching you cook with Jade.
She's great.
5. We did it. 4. The noodles. We're back
3,
after your local news.
2. Christmas
1.
pizza. Love it.
This morning on the third hour of Today, the war intensifying. Israel now bombing Gaza round the clock in response to the Hamas terror attack. A ground invasion possible at any moment as the top U.S. diplomat arrives in the region, and we're live with the very latest. Then later, an incredible discovery.
We are trying to find out who we are, what we are.
What NASA found on an asteroid that is rocking the science world. Plus, our series Behind the Brand. Ali Love sitting down with 3 problem-solving friends, Dagny Dover, proving function and fashion are the perfect match. And speaking of fashion, an amazing feat in our style file. From the ballet to the bowling alley, why so-called ugly shoes are the hottest new trend. Today, Thursday, October 12th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Al and Craig and Dylan, and it is another busy morning because the war between Israel and Hamas is certainly intensifying. Here's what we know right now. Israel is ramping up the number of airstrikes on Gaza, and the country says it will not relent until Hamas releases all hostages.
We're also learning this morning that 25 Americans, 25 are among the victims of that weekend terror attack. And right now, the top U.S. diplomat, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, is on the ground in Israel. And as the war appears to be entering a new phase with Israeli troops preparing for an imminent ground invasion in Gaza, once again this morning we have Kelly Kobiela live for us on the ground in Israel. Lots of moving parts this morning, Kelly, lots of new developments. Bring us up to speed.
That's right, Craig. You know, the Israeli government hasn't yet officially said that they are going to go in on the ground in Gaza, but clearly that is what they're planning. When you look at what's happening along the border, it looks as though a ground invasion could happen at any moment. Troops and tanks are amassed at the border with Gaza. More than 300,000 reservists arriving in Israel, some of them from abroad, preparing for war and preparing for what will be a very complex, potentially long and difficult war. When you look at the damage to infrastructure just across the border in Gaza, the streets that are out, the rubble covering entire neighborhoods there. Today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken did arrive in Tel Aviv. He met with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this morning and other members of the new unity government, members of the opposition. He said U.S. support for Israel is ironclad. He talked about some of the horrific scenes that have been uncovered in some of these kibbutzim and other communities in the South, saying that there is no excuse for the atrocities committed by Hamas militants. He said that the U.S. is working closely with Israel to release the hostages and conducting intense diplomacy to stop the conflict from spreading. And that is a real concern as Israel beefs up its presence in the north of the country and also continues those airstrikes in Gaza. They're happening now almost around the clock. The IDF says that they're hitting operational centers and that they're targeting political and military leaders of Hamas. But on the ground, there is an impact on civilians. Hospitals say they're overwhelmed. The aid workers there say they could run out of fuel for the generators in hospitals in a matter of hours. Doctors Without Borders are calling the situation there catastrophic. And of course, there is also concern for the hostages in Gaza. We don't know how many Americans are among the hostages, but the White House has said there are some, possibly a very small number. And an Israeli spokesperson said for the first time that they have actually identified the location of some hostages in Gaza. He didn't say where for obvious security reasons, didn't say how many, but it does show that they're now starting to identify where these hostages are inside Gaza, guys.
All right. Kelly Kobier, once again for us on the ground there in Israel. Kelly, stay safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. And turning now to a truly incredible discovery a long, long way from Earth. You may remember a few years ago, NASA bumped an asteroid named Bennu to grab some dust and rock samples. Well, guess what? Those samples are now back, and those little pebbles and rocks could hold answers about the start of life on Earth as we know it. Nobody better to cover this for us. Our man in space, Tom Costello. So, Tom, this really is an amazing outcome.
Traces of carbon and water on that asteroid, 4.5 billion years old. Guys, you and I are made of carbon and water. So this sample may help reveal the origins of the cosmos, of Earth. And if there are traces of carbon and water on that asteroid, then could other planets have also been seeded with the critical ingredients for life? Take a look at a time capsule from an ancient solar system. The rock and dust on the edge of that canister are from an asteroid named Bennu, 1 billion miles away. And here's where it gets really cool. Inside the rocks and dust, researchers have already detected traces of carbon and water, the building blocks of life.
We are trying to find out who we are, what we are.
And did asteroids provide the basic ingredients for Earth 4 billion years ago?
And touchdown of the OSIRIS-REx sample return capsule.
The capsule returned to Earth 2 weeks ago after a mission that had the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft landing on that asteroid, then drilling down to collect a sample, leaving behind a contrail of dust and debris. In a sterile lab, researchers haven't even opened the sealed sample. The outside container was already covered in asteroid debris. Jackpot.
We picked the right asteroid. And not only that, we brought back the right sample.
Here's why. Look here. These are close-ups from an electron microscope that has detected clay minerals with water locked inside. Water in an asteroid.
That is how we think water got to the Earth, making our world habitable.
Once NASA opens its nearly 9-ounce sample, it plans to share it with researchers around the world and save some for future scientists who haven't yet even been born but may one day wonder,
why is it that we're here, we're alive, we're conscious? It's such a gift that I hope everybody really stops and thinks about it every once in a while.
Okay, but wait, if asteroids actually did kickstart the Earth, and if there are trillions of planets out there, what are the chances it happened to some of them too? And if that's true...
E.T. phone home? E.T. phone home.
Maybe there's a whole universe of ETs out there. Yeah, maybe. Think about that. Trillions of planets with carbon and water shooting through the universe on asteroids, potentially seeding other planets with life, you guys.
Tom, this is so
so cool. Like, I can feel your excitement, but I'm as excited as you are. But I'm also curious, this mission, did we also learn perhaps how to prevent a potential asteroid from striking the Earth?
Ooh, that took a turn.
So they're hoping that they're going to learn even more. Again, they still have to open the sample, right? They're just dealing with the debris right now. They want to find out how better to defend Earth from an asteroid on a collision course with us. And the more we understand about the composition of asteroids, because guess what? They change, they evolve based on heating and cooling in space. If the sun's heating the asteroid, we might learn more about what it would take to actually move one out of the way if it's coming our way.
I've seen that movie.
Done in well.
It's fascinating.
One of them. Yeah.
Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk is the answer.
Good.
That's right.
Tom, you are so good.
You love it.
He is. He's so good.
Tom. Well, coming up, speaking of stars and heavenly bodies, and we're going to catch up with one of USA's brightest
Okay.
stars. See, one of the
I
brightest
was
stars.
taking a weird turn, too.
That's right. That's why I excel at that. Fresh off her incredible performance at the World Gymnastics Championships, Charlize Jones is here. That's right. How's she celebrating? And her hopes for the Paris Olympics. Third hour of today. We'll be right
Charlize,
back.
not if you're my cousin. Charlize Jones, Chanel Jones, we're cousins.
She is not your cousin. This morning, we are back and thrilled to catch up with one of Team USA's golden stars, Charlize Jones. Shined quite brightly at the World Gymnastics Championships earlier this month. She helped Team USA record 7th straight gold medal, earned 2 bronze medals of her own. Congratulations, welcome home.
Thank you.
How was it over there?
So unreal, honestly. I feel like we had a job to get done and we excelled at it and got it done.
You did.
There was this image of the podium after the ceremony.
Yes.
Of you and 2 other black females gracing the podium in the all-around finals. Never been done before. When you were standing there in that moment and you looked to your left, did you take that in as well?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, when the score popped up and I had seen that I got in 3rd and then Rebecca in 2nd, Simone in 1st, we all just kind of looked at each other and we were like, oh my God, this is so unreal. But to be actually up there on the podium and make history, not just again with our team, but for black women, just meant so empowering, honestly.
Wow. Listen, I just love hearing your medal.
Thank you, I know.
That is so fantastic. Yeah, so not many gymnasts make 4 event finals at the Worlds, and you here you're catching all this impressive air. You win this bronze. What does that feel like in the moment?
Yes, in the moment, honestly, I couldn't even describe it, honestly. That was been my biggest goal, to make, the all around or the event finals for 4 events just meant so much to me. Even with the turnout that happened, I was just not too many people make that. It's your 2nd Worlds. And like I said, it's not really common. So to go out there and compete, not just for all around and receive the bronze, but to make it on bars, beam and floor just meant so much to me.
You know, they say when you have some lows, you can really appreciate the highs. This was definitely a high, but you've been through it. I mean, my goodness, you had a shoulder tear, an ankle injury. You've called yourself a fighter.
Yes.
Tell me, when you're down like that, you hurt your shoulder or your ankle or other things in life, how do you get yourself back up?
Really just the motivation I have in myself. Really, I'm so driven. Like I said, anything it takes from here to 2024, I'm in for it. I've had, my dad pass away in the last few years, and I just feel like this is kind of like a big stepping stone for me. You know, loss, to deal with the loss. And I'm like, okay, the little bit of shoulder injury, yes, it's torn, but I've dealt with so much and just keep fighting to the end.
You mentioned your dad, and I know he was such a supporter of yours.
Yes.
What would he be thinking now watching you shine?
Yes, he would honestly be in tears, really. He never cried, but just he's so proud of me. I've worked so hard, like I said. I've been training since I was 4 years old, so to really have it around my neck and to be up there on the podium with my team meant so much.
Yeah.
And your friend Simone Biles, we've seen you and her a lot, making your way through these competitions. What's that friendship like?
Yes, honestly, she's so inspiring, you know, to have someone older in the gymnastics community and to go out there and hit routine after routine just meant so much. Honestly, to have like the goat out there, like she calls herself, is just unreal. And just to be up there, you know, on the podium with her. And, you know, she was a little nervous as well, which is crazy.
Sure.
But
Yeah,
we all are nervous up there. But just to have her, have her back and compete, you know, with her at the world stage just meant so much.
So Paris 2024 coming up.
Yes.
Moving forward, how do you prepare for that and make sure you try to stay as healthy as possible?
Yes, just getting healthy, you know, PT outside of gymnastics and just in the gym day in and day out like I do now. A little bit of off break right now, but when I get back in the gym, it's all focused to 2024.
Where are you going to keep your medals?
I know, honestly.
Right around her neck.
I'm still trying to figure out where to put the last year's ones, honestly.
These are good problems.
That's pretty good. And you come from a family of gymnasts, in a sense. It runs in your family.
I don't.
I mean, but your sisters.
Oh, well, yes, we all started at the
That's
same
what I meant.
time, and they actually didn't get past the level 1 stage. It was like the third class, and they gave up. One was like flicking on in lights, and the other one just wanted to give up. So
But you found your calling.
yes,
There you
my
go.
mom did track, and my dad was like the football type. So just driven myself. It's crazy. My mom thinks she could give me little pointers. I'm like, you didn't do gymnastics. But
I love that confidence.
I love it. I know.
Well, I know they're proud of you. What do you do for fun? What makes you happy?
I don't do too much fun. I actually just went to the Beyonce concert. Actually.
Where'd you go? What city?
Seattle. Actually,
You're in Seattle.
Yes.
Okay.
So we were at the Lumen Field, and I got front row tickets actually. I got the full experience, and to have her little daughter come out, Blue Ivy, was just like I feel like I got the whole package.
I love that. I love that.
Yes.
We look forward to seeing you in Paris.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And by the way, make sure you save the date for the Olympic and Paralympic Games coming to the networks of NBC. July 2024.
So exciting. See you later, cousin.
Yes, see you later.
Disclaimer, they are not related.
No. Kansas, Seattle.
So,
there are literally 2 million Joneses in America.
All right, coming up, our series on the money. If your credit card bill is creeping higher and higher, we are going to help tackle the debt before we get to the holidays. And we're also going behind an incredibly popular brand when Ally Love meets 3 friends who brainstormed a better bag. We'll be right back.
This morning in our series On the Money, how to pay off those credit card bills before getting into the annual holiday shopping. The Federal Reserve here in New York says Americans own more than $1 trillion on their credit cards. Here to tell us how to chip away at that number, we've got CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Sharon, good to see you.
Good to be here.
So a lot of people say, well, it's October, plenty of time before the holidays. Would you say now is the time to start pulling down that credit card debt before you start adding to it?
Absolutely, especially if you're carrying a balance month to month, because on average, people are carrying about $6,000 month to month on their credit cards. And the rates on credit cards, the interest rates are over 21%. Wow. Some new cards, nearly 25%, some cards, 30%. So if you're paying that much to borrow money for things that you need, borrowing it again for the holidays, you need to get rid of that.
So you got some money moves to help pay off those credit cards going into the holidays.
Yeah, one of the first things you need to do is know what those interest rates are that you're paying right now. They're probably higher than when you first took out that card, and also understand what the balance is on each of the credit cards you have. You know you have the debt, but you really need to know what you owe.
Let's talk about your credit report and also your credit score.
The credit report and score are really important because people think, I don't want to pull my credit report because it might cost me money or hurt my credit score. It will not. You can get a free copy of your credit report every week from each every week now from each of the three main credit bureaus, Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax, by going to annualcreditreport.com. That is the place you want to go to make sure that you're getting a free copy of your credit report. It won't have your score on it, but it will tell you maybe there's some errors there that could be impacting your score, and then you can work with the credit agency to fix that. In terms of getting your credit score, also look for that for free on your actual credit card bill. Many of the card issuers now have your credit score right there, and they even give you some suggestions on what you can do to raise that score. Using less than 5% of your available credit is one of the best ways, in addition to not missing any payments.
Where is the line between taking a loan or maybe doing one of those balance transfers? How do you know which one you should do?
Well, if you can do a 0% interest balance transfer card, that's absolutely what you want to do.
Better than the loan?
It's better than the loan because it's 0% interest.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that you can do that for 12, 15, 21 months even, but then that rate's going to change, and you want to make sure you've paid off that credit card before that rate changes. The personal loan, if you don't have a really high credit score, maybe you don't qualify for a 0% interest balance transfer card, you might want to do a personal loan at, say, 12%, some as low as 8%. For over 24 months. You just consolidate all the card debt by taking out that loan and paying off all those credit cards, and then doing installment payments on that loan.
Interest rates are so high. Can you just call the credit card company and just say, can we lower this a little bit?
It never hurts to do that, and too many people don't. But those who do, about 3/4 of them actually get their credit score lowered, according to one report. So it's important to just call and ask. It doesn't hurt to do that. And if you have a lower rate, that's saving you money right there. So whatever you can do to try to work with your creditor, maybe even work with the creditor, say, I can pay you this lump sum. It's not the full amount, but it's something I can pay right now. Can you settle my credit right now that way? That's one way to do it as well.
But if you settle the debt, could there be a tax hit?
There could possibly be a tax hit on that money that you didn't pay and that's forgiven. So you want to watch out for that. You also want to watch out for those companies that say they'll do it for you.
Right.
Probably better to do it yourself.
And so once you've picked a responsible repayment strategy, do you just stick with it?
You have to.
Okay.
There's no quick fix. You know, we're talking about trying to do this before the holidays, but it probably took you a lot of months to rack up that credit card debt. And it's going to take you a long time to get rid of it, but maybe not so long if you take some of these strategies. Some people say, I just want to pay the highest amount balance that I have and get that over with. That's called the avalanche method. That may work for some people. Other people like those small wins. They want to just do a little bit at a time. That's the snowball method. There's no right method. The right method is to stick with a strategy. That's the method.
Right.
One of the things we always enjoy about your insight is you provide personal financial advice to all of us as well. And apparently you do the same thing for family. I saw your Instagram post either yesterday or early this morning. I guess your daughter sends you this text. Hi, Mom. Hope you're having a great day. Quick question. Do I have to wait until my credit card bill's due to pay it off, or can I do it before then? And you didn't even respond. You said, this message made my day.
Oh, that's so cute. It totally did. I mean, sometimes, you know, I'm not always smiling when I'm talking about credit cards.
Yeah.
Especially not in my house.
But they're listening.
The fact that she's listening meant so much.
Yeah.
That she's starting out on her own, and she has her first card, and she's like, I don't want to carry this balance.
That's so
Financial
sweet.
freedom. That's what I want for everybody. Definitely for my
The
kids.
fact that she said, I hope you're having a good day.
Yeah, she started out.
Dive right into it. Yeah.
You know, it's amazing how much smarter we get as our kids get older. No, Sharon, thank you so much. Find more information on reducing debt at today.com and friends, Sharon's hosting a free CNBC Your Money event on November 9th. All you have to do, sign up with the QR code on the screen or head to cnbcevents.com and learn more ways to maximize your finances from top experts.
Oh, that's great. All right, up next, we are going behind a brand where fashion and function are both in the bag. Our Ally Love sat down with 3 friends who created their own company to solve some common problems. And then later, we are raising a glass in our series Pink Power, highlighting businesses that are giving back to fighting breast cancer. We'll be right back. Time now to go behind the brand at a bag company that doesn't sacrifice fashion in the name of function. Today, contributor and superstar Peloton instructor Ally Love has their story. Good morning.
Good morning to you all. I'm excited to share this story. Now, I've been a huge fan of Dagny Dover for years, but even more so after meeting the 3 powerhouse women who are changing the way that we think about our all-important bags. Check it out.
I think what makes a good bag is that it's really there to be like your best friend, your co-pilot, your assistant, while also making you look good and supporting your hustle.
In a day and age where we're all carrying so much, cult favorite bag brand Dagny Dover wants to lighten our load.
What is iconic, like a symbol that can stand you out from the rest of the bag where you're like, I know that's Dagny Dover?
You will find a key leash for your keys so that you do not lose them in the bottom of your bag. You will find an insulated water bottle holder so that your water bottle does not get too hot or too cold or spill all over the other things in your bag.
Each feature designed to solve problems that Dagny Dover's co-founders personally experienced. CEO Melissa Mash, COO Deepa Gandhi, and creative director Jessie Dover all had roots in the fashion industry nearly 15 years ago.
I was actually applying to business school, and Mel was at said business school, and she was letting me stay with her the night before I had my interview. And instead of talking about, oh, like this is what you should discuss, this is what the interviewer might ask, all Mel wanted to talk about were handbag problems. Fast forward a couple months, I got in, ended up at school, and she actually hosted a focus group to really start to figure out what is this potential business. And I was just like, I'm in.
Jessie had just won an accessory design award with luxury brand Coach when she was asked to come on board.
We got along so well. I still think of it as a very magical moment for all of us, just because, like, what are the odds that we would meet each other?
As they worked on the business, not everyone understood the mission.
I was doing like a Shark Tank style pitch in front of a huge classroom. And so the whole room was like, Dagny Dover, fan favorite, they're getting our vote. But then there were 2 judges who were professors. And one of them literally during Q&A asked me, do fashionable women even care about being organized? What did you say? What was your response to that question? I said, as somebody who did work in fashion prior to coming to business school, I can tell you it's very important. And then I moved on. Some of the things that we have talked about as women in business is when you get to the table, sometimes the folks at the table don't understand why your product is important to the rest of the world. When consumers, especially, are made up of women, when it was time to invest, how did that narrative begin?
For us, it was really important that we identify investors who had already invested in consumer goods and understood that audience, as opposed to the ones who would be like, I don't know, I need to send a sample to my wife in order to get a feel as to if this is something I want to invest in.
A pre-launch sale quickly hit $40,000 in revenue. And in 2013, Dagny Dover officially hit the market. In the 10 years since, the brand is well known for totes, backpacks, crossbodies, fanny packs, and more, designed with hyper-organized compartments. Their latest collection is the Travel 1.0 line.
The Lagos convertible duffel. It has a ton of like the signature Dagny functionality, but the most important thing is it's convertible, which means you can carry it on your shoulder, you can carry it crossbody, or you can add on some backpack straps and carry it as a backpack. Because, you know, I have little ones, I have a lot of stuff going on, and putting something on your back is just hands down the most functional way to carry anything in my mind, including a child.
You know, being organized and in control is what we all want to be.
It's aspirational.
The brand has set a new standard for innovation with their purses and bags. And with their flexible work schedule and generous parental leave policy, Dagny Dover is a testament to thinking differently.
One of the things that's really special and unique about you all, not only that you're 3 founders, you're 3 women founders, and you're 3 diverse women founders. Is that important to your overall calling to your business?
Absolutely. It was never even a conversation. We always have wanted to have a diverse team, a diverse customer base. It's who we are. I'll leave it at that.
Wow.
They are incredible.
I have several
Aspirational.
of their bags. I have the fanny packs. I have the tote bag. I used one as a diaper bag because it was just so convenient and I had all the space I needed.
You're keeping them in business yourself.
I like that.
That was great.
Well, thank you. No, it's important to, and I say this truly, to be organized is aspirational because that's what we all look for in our lives, are ways to do things efficient and easy and then feel good about it. And I think that they have something super special when it comes to their bags.
I love that. Thank you, Allie.
Nice.
Story, Allie.
Well
Thank you.
done.
All right, coming up, our series Pink Power, a beautiful idea from fashion to skincare products to add to your routine that also support the fight against breast cancer. Then later in our style file, ditch those heels because we are going to bowl you over with the newest trend in shoes.
Oh, right up your alley.
Those are cute.
Right back.
Oh, I get it.
This morning in our series Pink Power, we are highlighting products that are giving back 50% or more of the purchase price to breast cancer research and resources. So joining us is lifestyle expert Amy E. Goodman. Amy, good morning.
Good
Good morning, everybody. This one really hits home. We all know somebody very close in our NBC family. Multiple people. You know, it's 8 in 1 in the U.S. of women who get breast cancer. So this is something that, this is one of the most meaningful segments that we do during the year for me personally.
So we can just buy these products and know that
it's giving
at
forward,
least
and we
half
have
is
different
going.
organizations to highlight as we go down the list.
Okay, let's start with a nice neutral lip color.
Yeah, this is Powerful Pinks Glossy Duos from Bobbi Brown Cosmetics. It is packed with botanicals and oils that are deeply moisturizing to the lips. I'm sure Deborah would love it, Al. I love the 2 neutrals. They're really great in both buff and also slow jam for the more colorful one.
Did you say slow jam?
Slow jam.
Slow jam the lips.
Beautiful.
That was her nickname in middle school.
We're going to slow jam the lips and really make make a powerful impact. They're giving 100% back of the $37 purchase price to BCRF, Breast Cancer Research
And it
Foundation.
Comes as a duo.
It comes as a duo with the limited edition pink ribbon top, which
Very
is also
cool.
a nice topper there.
All right, La Mer is something I feel like has always been out of my price range.
It's very luxurious, right? Creme de la Mer. And this is deeply hydrating and moisturizing. They say it has a miracle broth, which is sea kelp that's been fermented about 3 to 4 months, rich in vitamins and minerals. And it's $100 for this 0.5 ounce. If you ever thought, I want to try this, I've always wanted to. Now is the time.
This is for your face?
This is for your face. And a little goes a long way. 100% of the purchase price is going back to BCRF.
100%?
So it's a great time if you ever wanted to try this.
feel that?
Go
It looks
ahead
younger.
and get some.
What about your hair?
And for your hair, which is of top concern for you,
Absolutely.
Al Roker, is from Bumble and Bumble. This is the hairdresser's invisible hair oil. You can apply. It's kind of like a styling spray. So you put it on when the hair is a little bit damp or dry. It's going to decrease the frizziness by 50%, and 86% adds some moisture. 50% is going back to BCRF. And the Estee Lauder companies have for 30 plus years been very dedicated to eradicating breast cancer from the planet. That has been the goal and mission. So they are doing good work here with the 100% givebacks and the 50% givebacks.
Weather's getting cold. Nothing like a good beanie.
It's time to get our unisex beanies on in the house. This is from Maxwell with a collaboration with BCRF. It's part of their Shop Pink shop.
Oh, Madewell. These are nice.
They're Madewell.
50% goes back to BCRF. This is also made from recycled materials, which we love, both a recycled cotton and a recycled polyester as well, which keeps textiles out of landfills and also reduces the use of water in the creation of these beanies. I think they look fabulous on you.
They feel nice too.
They're really cute.
Junior, you need
Really
one of
nice.
these. This is your
we'll
style.
drink to this next one.
Oh, yes.
good.
Cheers to this. This is from Une Femme Wines. This is their Cali. This is a California Rosé Brut. So you're going to smell a little mix of berries on the nose, taste some blackberries on the tongue, and a nice dry finish. Proving that rosé is not just for summer, it's for all year long. All year long, actually, this vendor gives back to BCRF. But this month, 50% of the proceeds from the sales of this Cali wine on their website is going back to BCRF.
That's really good to know because it's delicious.
And it tastes good too, right? It makes a great gift. It makes a great gift.
How about an oat milk chaser?
Yes, this is from Willa's Oat Milk.
weird
This is
combo.
their
I'm gonna stay
Discovery
with it.
series.
Yeah.
They've got 3 different flavors. So there's the unsweetened. You're tasting the dark chocolate, and there's also barista for a
Oh, that's
light
good.
coffee.
Oh, this is delicious.
I'm obsessed with oat milk. They use the whole oat, by the way, in making this, and it's organic. They're giving back 50% of the proceeds from today through next Thursday to the 5 and under 40 Foundation. So this is something very close to the CEO's heart. Christina, she actually had breast cancer in 2000. She fought it. She won. And she's giving back to this incredible organization that supports women's mental health, their wellness, their physical well-being with educational programs and more. So again, that's
You got it all in there, Amy.
What I love about these items, Amy, is every now and then we'll highlight products for 10% or 15, 20%.
Yeah.
We're talking like 100%,
And
50%. Yeah.
And this month is critical. We say Breast Cancer Awareness Month very casually, but a lot of these foundations count on this month to be their largest fundraiser for the entire year. And it makes such a difference in breast cancer research.
We'll support them. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
This is delicious, too. All right, coming up, our style file on the latest trend in footwear. Okay. The segment's called Ugly Shoes. Apparently, dad sneakers are in, and that's the thing, they're not even ugly. They're actually really cute. I know. We're going to show you more when we come right back. This morning in our Style File, we are stepping into something called the ugly shoe trend. Yes, it's being embraced by celebrities and fashion designers, and you know why we know? Because she's here. InStyle Editor-in-Chief Sally Holmes is here to tell us all about it. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Why are we embracing ugly? Is that what we're...
Okay, the most important thing is ugly doesn't mean ugly. It's a misnomer.
Okay.
Ugly is fabulous. It's unexpected.
Okay.
It's maybe a little weird to the eye. It's not the traditional stiletto that you're used to.
Right.
It's bigger, and this season it's better.
Let's
I've
do
been
it.
enjoying it. I actually see it a lot. So we're going to bring
Let's bring in our
We're going
first
this
one.
way.
We're going this way.
Oh, we're going to
I
go
was
this way
expecting
first?
the other way.
This
Okay.
way.
Luckily, I'm wearing flats, so
Yes.
I know, we're okay.
I love the chunky sneaker.
the
I think
chunky
they're so
sneaker. This has been a little bit of a tried and true trend. You might recognize it from your dad at a volleyball game.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it's like with the dad jeans. Like,
Yeah.
is that what we're
Can't
doing?
you just picture Al Roker like with these
I
with
think he
a
has a
pair of
pair.
jeans?
I like
yeah.
them. I think they actually look better on your foot.
They're super cute.
Yeah.
They're a great silhouette with a little dress in summer. It's unexpected. It makes it a little bit funkier, a little bit
Would match my outfit.
more on trend.
And you
they're
know how I've
super-
discovered it was from my daughter.
Yes,
they're
it's
all
a big Gen Z trend.
Yes.
And they're really, really comfortable. So
Okay.
these are a great stepping right into this ugly shoe trend.
Okay, that's
All
a
right.
good way to ease.
Sally,
into
so
it.
far we say yes. Shall we keep going?
Next trend
our
is
next
the flat shoe.
our funky flats.
Funky?
Okay.
Oh, funky flats.
Funky flats.
Because flats for me never go out of style.
So flats never do go out of style. They are a classic, and they are back in a big way this season as well. I would say
These are nice.
these are super great. I'm gonna rip these right off for you, and you can try them right on.
So why are these different? Just because of the...
These are a little polarizing. They are mesh, so they're sheer.
Oh, look at how pretty they
If
Let me see them on
you-
your feet. Sometimes it
Look.
helps when Dylan puts them on.
They're super cute. Now,
She's Cinderella.
I can't. The reason that it's hard for me to get behind this is you need a great pedicure because
Yeah.
it's visible
That's a good
toe.
point.
Visible toe is not for everyone, but the flats are comfy, they're cute, and sheer is a huge trend. I saw it all on the runway this season, this past September, in Paris, in New York. That means it's going to be big, big, big this spring.
So flats are in because we always felt like the flats were the one things you keep in your bag for like an emergency.
your commuter shoes, something like that.
Not
No.
anymore.
These are flats you
at
can wear
the-
on
those
the
are
subway
cute,
and
too.
right to the office.
Even
or out.
our
And
Olympian,
then-
Charlize Jones, had on flats. Did you notice
Yes,
that?
she did. And she looked really nice.
Flats
in
are
them.
back.
All right, now this is getting
Dylan's just gonna
this
walk
knitting's
over
weird.
flat.
My shoe is going that
Okay,
way.
now Sally, you're gonna have to convince me.
Okay, I am about
I
to
had a
convince
pair
you.
of these as a kid.
Exactly. I was going to say nostalgia. These are the nostalgia shoes, also very comfortable. You should have mixed and matched with your flats,
So
but
these I say yes, but what are you gonna tell me?
the fisherman sandal, these are big. I mean, if you think about your kid, I just bought some jellies for my daughters
Yes,
that remind me of that.
They do.
I have to tell you, these are my absolute favorite. I have a collaboration with Chloe
those Tevas?
Tevas. Yes. My husband, when I put them on, he's like, "Are you really wearing those out of the house?" And I'm like,
Yes.
"I sure am," and I'm so excited, and I get so many compliments.
Wow, and they're comfy?
Because they're comfy
So
too.
comfortable. You can
Okay.
walk all day in them, and they're really, really cute.
Are you gonna tell Dylan those are cute?
I think those are so cute.
Can we
A
take
little-
a poll? No, I'm just kidding.
A little white dress.
A little white dress.
Sold.
that's
You're
the
from InStyle, so whatever you say goes
Exactly.
for me.
I trust whatever you say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this next one, I love them all.
Just like wobbling around.
These, I know, you're.
There we go.
This is drop. See, you don't need
But
heels. You have all
I'll be
these
walking
flats.
off the set with these, but these are great.
So these are bowling shoes. This is the shoe that InStyle is saying is the next ugly shoe.
Okay.
I would say these are the gateway version.
They're ugly.
They're
like
not.
them.
Let's see, ugly is not ugly. Ugly is fabulous.
Yes.
They're just not expected for maybe
That's a
wearing with a
t-shirt.
dress like I'm wearing. I'll do
Yeah.
a
But look,
cute little.
look how cute they are, though. You look so cute.
Yeah, they're a good.
Okay.
They're a good shoe. They're very comfortable. Elle Fanning just wore a pair of a leather version of the bowling shoe, which is like the traditional version that you'd think of if you're going to the bowling alley. I will say I can't guarantee you can bowl in these shoes,
Yeah,
so
probably not.
please
I
don't
love
take
it.
that
Slide.
as
I like how you say you can dress them up, though, or put them with jeans.
100%. They
And I
go
like
with
that all
everything.
of these are comfortable. We can actually wear these
Yes,
around.
they're a trend that you can get really
Yes.
excited about
Yes.
because.
Okay. So we saved the best for last because she's really going to have to convince me.
Okay. Another
okay.
familiar
These are
table.
yes.
I'm going to say
those are
yes,
comfy.
chef, because if you've been watching The Bear, you know
everybody,
that
that is true.
they wear Crocs, they wear
These are the ones
Birkenstocks.
Chanel was a little.
I just feel like okay, don't hate me, but like Little Miss Piggy-ish.
But who doesn't love Little Miss Piggy?
I do love Miss Piggy.
I would say they're so ugly, they're cute. Like they
These are kind of.
Dylan, I dare you to wear those to work tomorrow.
They're adorable. They look amazing.
We're
And
filling for Al over at the weather wall.
they are capital H high fashion.
Really?
Crocs has done collaborations with big designers. They have walked the runway. If you do not believe me, Google Crocs and Victoria Beckham. She just wore.
In those?
Not these exact ones. She wore a boot version.
Really?
Even
Boot
bigger.
version?
Yeah, the platform's
cow.
amazing.
You know what I feel like? It's like you guys are so fabulous. If you put them on and you're like, Chanel wear these, I'm like, okay.
Yes.
Well, I feel like you also have to wear them with confidence.
Okay. Be confident. Ready, go.
Is that confident?
I'm gonna snap. I think she looks amazing.
Why am I doing all the trying on?
Because I'm on boots today. Sally, will you come back?
I will come
You're
back.
so
I will
great.
wear my Crocs. the
Wait,
next
Craig,
time I'm
come here.
here.
Craig's hiding behind the
This
wall.
gives you a few inches.
I think Craig probably has a pair of Crocs at home.
I do.
Thank
I'm a
you,
Croc
Sally.
guy.
If you would like more information on any of these products, check out today.com/shop. And just a reminder, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through these fabulous shoes. Through our links at today.com.
Remember that hat that I wore?
Oh, I do.
We'll be right back.
Tomorrow, Joy Bauer is going to be testing our breakfast knowledge in Superfood Friday.
Up next on Hoda and Jenna, they go on a cheesy adventure.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Have a great day.
Today, Jenna and I go on a fun adventure in New York City, and it's a little bit cheesy. Plus, we're hanging out with comedian and reality TV host Nikki Glazer. And Swiftie surprise. We're talking about Taylor Swift showing up at the premiere of her film along with Beyonce.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
And Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, hey, hey! It's Thursday, 12th day of October. Halloween's almost here.
We got to get our costumes
Gotta
ready.
get our costumes ready. Get the kids ready to trick or treat at the CVS. You know how they do in the city.
Totally.
It's one of my favorite New York City traditions.
It was so funny. In fact, I miss going. You know, it's so
the
fun
dry
to go to the
cleaner.
place next door. All the places next
I know.
door.
New York City is a very unique trick-or-treating experience. If you ever come here with your families, it's hilarious. I didn't know how kids trick-or-treated in the city, but then we came and learned that
you go to the stores.
you go to CVS, and then you go to the shoe store, and you go to, and you just keep walking down the stores.
We would always go to VIP Nails.
VIP Nails, yes.
Yeah.
Pinky Nails.
Yes,
that's where we
exactly.
went.
You guys, it's a big day.
Huge.
It's a Swiftie day. is
It's a
what it
Swiftie
is.
kind of day.
Yeah. Okay. Today, Taylor Swift's Eras concert tour hits theaters. Let's watch.
We're about to go on a little adventure together, and that adventure is going to span 17 years of music. How does that sound? Welcome to the acoustic set.
God, it's happening.
I thought it came out on the 13th, her favorite number.
I know, but you know what? She changed it as a surprise. See how she does?
Why does she always throw in those little nuggets?
Trickery.
Yes. Well, anyway, I can't wait.
What's going on?
I don't know. Is something happening? Do y'all want to bring it in? Okay. So the star-studded premiere was last night in Los Angeles. The Queen Bee, Beyonce, came to support. I mean,
Isn't that the coolest? Those two icons standing next to each
they
other.
basically kept our economy in float this summer.
So, by the way, her movie sold more than $100 million in advance ticket sales. That is actually, I think, eclipsing slightly Barbie. It's on par or eclipsing.
Okay, so and Taylor is saying you should sing, you should dance, and if you go, you could also get these souvenirs. Here we go.
Oh.
Here we go. Thank you.
What is this? Oh, you get a popcorn bowl. Look.
I wonder if this is everywhere where Taylor is, or if it's just in the fancy theaters.
I don't know. I wonder.
Everywhere.
She says
everywhere?
everywhere.
Oh, no, that means my kids are going to want them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We're going. We're doing
You're going
a girls' night.
on when? Friday?
Tomorrow night.
Mm.
Which will be fun.
Okay.
I'm going to wear my T-shirt. Oh, wait, never mind. I gave that T-shirt to you.
I have it. Do you need it back?
No, it's okay.
I'm going to go on Sunday with the girls, but let's see if we can go 2 hours and 45 minutes.
I'll text you how it feels and when a good exit plan is, just in case.
I love it.
All right, y'all. David Beckham's docuseries is #1 on Netflix. Everybody's watching it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a shocker highlight that's going viral. It's actually a peek into his closet.
I want to see this.
His closet tour.
It's all quite organised. Jackets, jean shirts, and then it goes from jumpers, cardies to t-shirts, underwear, socks, then suits. So.
Okay.
Kind of colour coordinated, and then obviously I put them at an angle just so I can see what's under them. T-shirts. Yep, T-shirts. So those are my outfits for the rest of the week.
Wait. Explain that to me.
I prep my week.
I've never seen anything like that.
I'm wildly impressed. Wildly. I mean, first of all, that's the male equivalent of Oprah's closet. We know that to be true because our girl Oprah likes organization. But for a man to be that organized,
It's not for me.
it's not for you.
Who could go in there? You open the thing, you're everything's at an angle. Don't you ever just grab anything?
No. I love it. I totally think it's.
You know what? This is very clear about David Beckham to me now, because to be as good as he is in his sport, and always has been for all these years, you have to have this crazy discipline.
Right.
You cannot be successful if you let things go and I'll practice tomorrow. Everything
Has
is
its
like
place.
that.
But you're crazy disciplined, but your closet doesn't.
No, my closet is not. Like, I don't have that. I don't.
You're just a position because you are crazy. Oh.
Is that mine?
We had it prepared just in case.
What do you mean? You know what?
And the truth is, that is when it looks good.
Oh, I've never.
What does it look
It
like
hadn't
now?
been like that since they left. I love those girls.
But the home edit girls.
I know.
I kind of like being the organized one in the house, even though sometimes I take it too far, and I know.
But don't you get mad when someone leaves something out?
Yeah, but I try to
stuff it down.
Stuff it way down deep where all the hidden stuff is, because I don't want to be the mom that's like, pick up your stuff, which I am.
You are, but we all are that. But I have a question about Henry, because when you live with someone who's crazy organized like you are about everything folded, and he just, does he put all of his stuff where it belongs?
Yes.
Because of you?
I think I've rubbed off on him.
You do.
And the way that he's rubbed.
What about Mila, Poppy, and Hal?
Poppy is very organized.
She is?
Very. Mila, not so much.
She's a rebel.
Hal is still in his crib, so not much to go. Anyway, at some point, do I need to move him out?
How old is he?
4.
Okay, being 4 and in a crib.
No, but y'all, it's normal, right? No. Y'all are what? I wasn't even asking you. I was asking them.
The people at home.
It's normal to have a 4-year-old, your last child, nicely in his crib where he feels safe, right?
But how does he get up to go to the bathroom?
He didn't need to.
Oh.
But if he ever had an accident, then it happens in his crib.
Okay, but he likes it? Did you ask him if he wants out?
I'm ready to move him, but he's not wanting to.
So what happened? You say, hey,
I said, do you want to maybe let's try to talk about moving you next week to your bed? And he said, not this Christmas, but next Christmas. He wants to be like a kindergartner in his crib. Anyway, to each their own.
Coming up, the bedroom debate that has the internet divided.
Okay, so which side are you on? We'll find out right after this.
Why are we eating?
I don't know.
We love to get into fun debates causing a stir on social media, so it's time for another edition of
The Internet's Divided. Okay, here to break down what everybody is talking about is today's digital editorial director, Ariana Davis.
Hi. What's our first topic? We love you.
Our first topic, it's spooky season, so we're talking all about trick-or-treating. And every year we share the story on today.com. When is too old for your kids to trick-or-treat? Is there a limit? Is there a cutoff age? And we always get very passionate, like, people on both sides on this one. So we have one side of people who say, you know what, it's fun, it's trick-or-treating, like whatever age, enjoy yourselves. While other people say, if you're old enough to buy candy, you should just buy your own candy and skip the trick-or-treating. So I'm curious what you guys think. If the kids get older and they're teenagers,
I think if your kid is kind of a kid at heart and enjoys it and enjoys dressing up, I think it's cool to go. I think it's the teenagers who walk around with like a pillowcase and like a mask and go, give me some candy.
Totally.
Like, you don't want that crowd.
Totally.
That crowd is not. But if you're into it, why not?
I know, and I kind of feel like let's keep our kids for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want my, kids to be like, oh, I feel embarrassed dressing up. I'm like, listen, we dress up.
And we're grown.
Every year.
Yes.
Right,
So
exactly.
let's let them be kids, but I agree with you.
If you want to go all out and dress as Beyonce and go trick-or-treating, live your life.
Do it. So what does the internet say?
70% of people say it doesn't matter how old you are, or 60%, I'm sorry, say you can go trick-or-treating even if you're a teenager. But there's like 40, there's a good amount of people who are like, you should probably skip it.
Okay. All right.
What's the next?
So our next topic is top sheets. Now this is something that I think has like been dividing the internet for a while now, but then a Wall Street Journal article revealed that there's a generational divide on this one, where apparently Gen Xers and Boomers are definitely pro top sheet, and then Millennials and Gen Zers are no top sheet. So that sheet that's between you and the duvet or the comforter. So this one, on one side, people are like, you definitely need that layer. What if you get hot at nighttime and you want to like take off the comforter, but you need the sheet? And then other people are like, duvets only. There's also people who say separate duvets, which is like marital bliss, as one person put it. So what do you guys think?
I think the top sheet needs to go bye-bye. Because I'll tell you, you know why?
Controversial.
I'm definitely anti-top sheet for a couple of reasons. Number one, when you make your bed, it's a pain. You don't need it. It gets kicked on the bottom. I usually sleep on top of the top sheet. I don't even know why I have it.
You don't like a comforter on top of you?
No, I like my comforter. That's it. I have a comforter that I love, and I don't need a sheet and then a comforter. Why? Now I'm making the bed. I'm like pulling the top sheet, having to spend an extra
So if you get hot, I just take
it off. Yeah.
I disagree. I mean, this time I'm the boomer. It's fine.
Okay,
you can be the
boomer.
millennial. Call me boomer. I like it. I like a top sheet. You want to know why? When I get hot, I can put my comforter down at my feet. In the summer, I just want my top sheet. Also, why do you think they invented a top sheet?
I don't know. It's a waste. It's extra money.
They invented it
Why?
because it keeps you nice and fresh.
She doesn't even know what she's saying. Okay, what does the internet
So
say?
70% of people polled on today.com still use a top sheet.
Still do
so their
that.
team
They
is
can catch up. They'll catch
Thank
up with
you.
us.
I think it comes down to how you were taught
Who
to
is
make a bed.
us?
Us, you know, the cool kids.
Oh, yikes.
Okay. All right, go on.
So our last topic that's dividing the internet is about lemon in your soda, in your Coke specifically. So a TikToker kind of got people talking this past summer when she went to Europe, and she says that it was there that she learned that you just squeeze a little bit of lemon into your ice with a little bit of Coke, and it's like the most refreshing thing. A lot of people were like, this is not
lemon first.
Lemon first, yeah.
And then
Or
pour
you
the
could
Coke
just put it into your Coke. It's kind of the same concept. But a lot of people were like, this is not a new concept. This is, you know,
I'm
Europeans
confused.
and people have been doing this for a long
So
time.
Europeans like to squeeze the lemon in the ice and then dump the Coke on so it's all mixed in.
Yes, it's
and
nice
we
and
just
refreshing.
take the lemon and squeeze it on the top.
Well,
or
some
leave it on
people
the
had
top.
never thought, even it had never occurred to them to put lemon in their soda at all. That was
yeah,
like the
I've heard
new.
of that.
was
I
the new
prefer
concept. Yeah.
lemon in everything.
Lemon in
My
everything.
pasta, my
But
drinks.
I've never put. But I guess this keeps it so that there is lemon throughout.
I think the point is you do it first.
Yeah, you put it first and then you get it mixed in with the ice.
I wonder if that helps when you're making a cocktail. Remember when I tried to make my cocktail?
You had the worst cocktail. It was, and I'm not kidding. And what it was something easy
It was
like
vodka, soda, and lemon. But you know, because lemon is alkaline, it's
Oh, God.
important that
that you get the
baby,
lemon
ignore.
in there. Well, surprisingly, there was a good. I think it was
I like
about
it super
41%
lemony.
of people
How is
polled who
that?
had never even thought to put lemon in their soda.
I also forgot how good a Coca-Cola was.
I haven't had a Coke in forever.
No, my gosh, just one sip of Coke.
That's super lemony. Is yours really lemony?
Lemony and
I'm a
delicious.
little jealous right now.
I
I'm
love
not
it.
gonna lie.
All right.
No, we should have gotten you a
I
cup.
know.
I'm
Sorry. Do you want a
Next
sip of mine?
No, no.
Here.
She's not sitting. Well, I would have.
Okay, I wouldn't. All right. To weigh in on these viral debates, you can go to today.com/poll.
Coming up next, Hoda and I head back to school, y'all. It is cheese school, baby.
Let's do it.
Let's go right after this. Oh.
Coming up tomorrow.
Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Garcelle Beauvais.
Plus the TikTok beauty trend with more than 400 million views.
And get into the Halloween spirit with DIY decor.
That's all Friday the 13th.
Ooh.
On Hoda.
Okay, y'all know how much I love queso, but recently, Hoda and I took it to the next level because we enrolled in my favorite type of school ever. It's called Cheese School for the day.
Okay, Murray's Cheese has been a New York City institution since 1962. So they hold this Cheese 101 boot camp for people who not only eat cheese, but want to experience cheese.
Okay, y'all, and let's just say this was an adventure we could sink our teeth into. I have a very intimate relationship with cheese.
I have a new love of cheese, a recent love.
As a little child, I would go to parties and run around and try to eat all the cheese cubes.
Not knowledgeable at all.
I think I'm a cheese expert. And the most important
Cheese.
part of the
Cheese.
dinner,
Yeah. Cheese.
the cheese. My queso recipe, one that is gourmet, is on the line.
I know, I don't like the real stinky ones.
Ever since I had that first bite of string cheese, that was my gateway drug.
I like sharp cheddar. I like Jarlsberg, however you pronounce it, Jarlsberg. Jarlsberg. Now you're just showing off over there. You know it? The truffle cheddar. The truffle cheddar?
This is gonna be the best day of my life. Enter Murray's, a world-renowned cheese destination, a New York City staple since 1962.
They say this is the spot.
I feel like this is the Temple Day cheese.
Temple Day cheese, this is your home.
Do you smell that?
Yes, I do.
Ah.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi.
I'm Hoda.
Elizabeth,
How are you?
welcome,
I'm Jenna.
Hoda.
I I may be your biggest fan.
Oh, we are so thrilled to have you. Welcome to Murray's.
We're groupies.
You ready for boot camp?
We
Boot
are.
camp, but we don't have to plank or anything. No.
Well, there's going to be some drills.
Okay.
There are cheese drills. Gee whiz. Okay.
Good one.
So before we get started,
Yeah.
I want to give you a taste of two of our favorite cheeses.
Oh, okay.
They are aged right here in our caves in Long Island City and are award winners.
What do you mean caves?
So we have cheese caves in Long Island City, temperature and humidity controlled spaces.
Do you ever let people sleep in those?
It's a little damp and cool.
Oh, yes. That one's a cheddar.
Yeah, Stocking Hall is a cloth-bound cheddar. It is an award-winning cheese.
That's really good.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. It was time to enter the classroom, Cheese 101. In a typical 2-day boot camp, guests eat up to 3 pounds of cheese. We were up for the challenge. This is the school I've always meant to go to.
So what we're going to cover in today's session is how to cut cheeses and then how to pair them.
Please don't. She's the class clown.
No, you are.
No, you went
You
like
said
this
cut
to me.
cheese.
You.
No,
Is that a manchego?
This is a manchego. Gold star for you, Jenna.
From Spain?
Double gold star.
Oh, you know what?
I'm just going to teach you a really quick trick. For the Seltzer share or any disc-shaped cheese, what I like to do, especially if I'm plating for a board, is to cut about a quarter of the cheese right out and then place it on top.
Oh, lovely.
Okay.
Looks beautiful, right?
Our next lesson, the 3 main principles of cheese pairing.
You guys are going to repeat after me.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Opposites attract.
Opposites attract.
Like goes with like.
Like goes with like.
And what grows together goes together.
What grows together goes together.
Bravo! A+ gold stars for both of you.
After pairing and, of course, more tasting, we were ready to get our hands dirty and make our own mozzarella.
So we are using that hot water. It's melting the curds.
Wow, I feel it happening. This is like a science experiment.
You're gonna make the OK sign like this with your palm up. You're gonna plop that curd right into it and use the thumb of your other hand to push it through.
Whoa. Oh, we're making a bunch of balls.
Yeah, you can make one big one or a bunch of little
You can
ones.
make a big, if you'd like to make a big one, then you can make a big one. Hoda.
Here, you try a bite of that.
This is beautiful, Hoda. You made a really lovely one.
Do we think Hoda takes the cake on this
I
one?
think Hoda wins the mozzarella making experience. You do. Thank you for having us.
Cheers.
To
Cheers.
cheese.
To cheese.
Cheese.
To your mozzarella making careers.
Do you like queso?
I love queso.
Oh, see? We have so much in common.
Do you all have Velveeta? Hi, we're so happy that you're here. Okay, before we get to officially graduate from boot camp, Murray's Chief Strategy Officer, Elizabeth Chubbuck has one final challenge. First of all, you're amazing.
Yeah, and your
really
job
helped
is
us
really admirable.
It really is.
Well, thank you. I definitely enjoy my job, but it is all the more better when the two of you show up for cheese school.
We had
Okay,
so
well,
much
we're
fun.
excited.
Okay.
So what is our final challenge?
Well, today we're here for the final exam. We're going
Oh,
to see
geez.
how well you paid attention at cheese school and what you learned.
I'm a little scared, but
Well,
we're ready.
I
We
think you got it. I think you got
Okay.
it. So you're going to take the pairing principles that you learned.
What were they again?
What grows together goes
together, yeah.
Like goes with like.
Like goes with like.
And opposites attract.
Opposites attract.
Now, before you dive in, let me explain the operation.
Okay.
So we're
Don't
going to
get busy, Jenna. Just wait.
Well, where do we put it?
Well,
Okay, go ahead. Tell us.
Okay. So you're going to have 30 seconds. To use the 3 cheeses on each board, one from each different country, and pair them with these dozen
So we just pair over here.
Just pair over there. Just grab what you think is going to go good. Think about the pairing principles. Place it next to the cheese.
Got it. Do we have to cut the cheese?
Well,
Like you
that's up
said.
to you.
Well, no, because
She loves fart jokes. Do you want us to cut the cheese?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
Okay, tell us when.
Tell us
All right,
when.
ready?
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Wait,
starting
what kind is it?
now.
Okay. Floral.
Okay. Yep. So you can use the
That
the
goes
signs.
here.
Give you a couple clues.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I would definitely do that.
Beefy,
and
beefy, beefy.
This goes
Beefy,
here.
beefy, beefy.
Oh yeah.
Fudgy, fudgy, fudgy.
Okay, and that's it. One
Fudgy,
thing or
fudgy.
more than one?
Delicious. You can do more than one.
More
if you
than
want.
one.
More than one. If there's
Salty,
plenty of items. Think about
fudgy,
what,
fudgy,
what
fudgy.
grows together.
I don't know what
Fudgy,
country.
fudgy, fudgy. What grows together?
Like with like.
Like with like.
And opposites attract.
Dun, 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 dun.
You're almost done.
Come on, Jenna.
Let's do it.
What's this one? Spice cherry.
Time. All right, we'll give you that. We'll give you that one.
Okay.
Okay, so now what?
Okay. Well, let's see how you do.
Okay, how did we do?
All right. Well, let's start.
Do you want
over
to
here.
explain yours,
Okay.
Hoda?
Okay, well, why don't you explain mine? Okay, so I put.
So you put a piece of prosciutto di Parma.
Yes.
I'm sorry, jambon de Bayonne,
Yeah.
French cured ham
Okay.
with a French cheese.
Oh, wow.
See?
Perfect
Okay,
example.
you're
of
welcome.
Grows together, goes together.
Okay.
Over here, you have Alp Blossom with some floral notes, and you have a nice cherry jam.
That's the one I wanted.
It's nice
Yeah.
opposites attract.
Okay, and lastly?
Really, really good. And then over here with the truffle tremor, you paired dried cherries from California with a California goat cheese.
Do you know that I just nailed mine, Jenna?
Yeah.
Okay, now what about
3
over
gold
here?
stars. Okay, let's move on over here.
All right, well, I chose floral.
Oh.
Floral.
I think she's gonna have to explain.
I think this is a really great example of like goes with like.
Thank you.
You've taken chocolate with fruit on top and paired it with cheese with flowers.
And then also beefy. I felt like the ham was kind of meaty.
Oh, we got
Delicious.
Fudgy. California nuts.
Yep, this is a great example of opposites attract.
See?
Sweet
And
and
then-
salty.
Ooh, the
honey.
Ooh, I like
I don't know, just because I wanted that honey.
I think the honeycomb is delicious.
Okay, thank
Whimsical
you.
and fun.
You
All
are
right,
awesome,
you're the
by
best.
the way.
Thank
You're
you
so
for
good at what
having
you
us
do.
to your Mecca.
You two were amazing.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming.
Thank you. Coming up next, show comedian and TV host Nikki Glaser.
Wait till you hear how Taylor Swift brought Nicki and her boyfriend closer together. Right after this.
Nikki Glaser has been making people laugh since she began her comedy career at 18 years old.
Man, now she's busy on tour as host and executive producer of the dating show F Boy Island. Nikki, we have so much to discuss. But the last time you were here, you were living with
your
mom
parents.
and dad
Yeah,
in
I
St.
was.
Louis.
I moved back home during COVID just because I was scared and like wanted to hang out, and I didn't think it would last that long. And then it ended up being like a year living with them,
But
and I
you
loved
moved
it.
out?
And I moved out. Yeah, I'm still living in St. Louis. I like just not being. I'm in New York and LA all the time, but like St. Louis. No one cares that about celebrity. There's no pressure. Like I feel like just it's easier there. Like I think that people might care. Like I get my hair done and I'm like, so I just want some highlights. Like I'm doing the Today Show later this week, and I think they're gonna be like, what? And they're just like, okay, cool. Do you want to do like a gloss? I'm like, did you just not hear? I'm doing the Today Show, but like they're just not fazed by
Do you ever
celebrity.
see Andy Cohen wandering around?
No, I never see him. I only see him here. But
Okay.
yeah, he's ever present there.
Yeah,
He's
right.
The spirit of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Okay, so Taylor Swift, her movie's out. You might be the Swiftiest Swiftie of all time.
I'm pretty big. Yeah.
How many times did you see it?
I saw Eras Tour 9 times.
Wait.
And which is a lot because I'm on tour too. So every night that I'm not on tour, I would fly to the city that she was in.
Wait,
and
you
go
have
see
a-
her.
you have a-
I have a
this is an
problem.
obsession, yeah.
It's an obsession.
Yeah.
I've been a Swiftie since the 1989 album, and it's just been it's like my identity. I don't have kids. I don't have a family. Like my thing is Taylor Swift, and I just love her so much. I mean, like I know the nation now understands
Yeah.
where I've been for many years, and it's nice though that my family can kind of see like, oh, other people feel this way too, because it was like a weird thing for a while.
I mean, weren't you exhausted
Yeah.
though? Like, didn't your feet hurt?
No, I have a whole plan. I
Okay.
wear
Well-
like tennis shoes. I like hydrate. Like, but it's
What I love about you is not only that you love her, but somehow she brought you and your boyfriend closer
Yeah.
together. How?
Well, at first she like divided us because I'm obsessed with her and he's just moved in and there's like Taylor Swift posters everywhere. And he's like, how do I even fit into
Wait,
this
you'll
life?
live together. This is a new thing.
Yes,
since
that's
last
new
time.
too. So he just moved in.
And
But
you have
then-
Taylor Swift posters all over?
Everywhere. Because she's like, I just get up in the morning and I want to be inspired by people I like. Like I have Conan, and I have Howard Stern, and I have Taylor Swift everywhere.
Okay.
But just recently, I mean, the Travis Kelce thing, he loves football, and I don't understand the game. I've never understood it, but now I'm like, can you explain it to me? And so I'm like a football fan now. I'm one of the converts of like, the other day he came home and the game was on, and he was like, what's going on? I was like, I put the game on. He was like,
Were
like,
you looking for
intentionally?
Taylor? Were you looking for Taylor?
I think I'm like into football
You're
now.
kinda into
Maybe
it.
because she's into it. I don't know, but like I'm into it. But he's explaining football to me. I'm explaining to
Taylor
him
to
like
him.
Taylor lyrics and like this one might be about John Mayer. We're not sure. You know, like we're
Dear
both
John,
sharing.
Dear John?
Dear John. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Yeah.
How does he handle it when you're on tour and you decide you're going to make some funny cracks about him? Is he good with that or not?
He's been really good. You know, his rule is if it's funny, I can say it. But, you know, it's hard because sometimes I talk about my, you know, intimate life.
Yeah.
And if I'm talking about that, he's implicated in it. Otherwise, I'm cheating on him in the joke, you know? So I'm like, you're in the joke. So now I phrase it as, if you come see me on tour now and I tell any story and I say my ex-boyfriend, it's
That's him.
because he's also that. We've broken up a million times. So I'm not lying. But
You've been on and off for 10 years. I
Yeah,
feel like
we're-
you need to, but now you're on.
We're very on now, so we'll be off soon.
Okay, wait. We have to talk about F-Boy Island.
Yes.
I feel scared saying that.
Yeah, I know it does feel, but the F stands for fragile. These men are just fragile. Yeah, that's my take on it. These are okay. So the show is 3 girls who are looking for love, and then there's a bunch of guys that show up trying to woo them, and half of the guys are douchebag F boys, and the other guys are nice guys that really want a relationship. The girls don't know who is who. It's our 3rd season. You don't need to watch the first 2 seasons to understand. It starts on Monday. The best thing about this show is that when you watch dating shows, normally you're like, that guy's bad. Like don't pick him, and you're screaming at the TV, and you don't really know if he's bad because he's telling you he's nice. But on our show, these guys will like look down the camera and say like, I have to go on a date with this girl. I don't even like her. I'm here for the money. That she's annoying. She's boring. This is gonna be a long day. And then you cut to him on a date, like in a rowboat with her, holding her face, being like, I'm falling for you. I can't wait to meet your parents. And like, you just go, oh my God. So you get to watch sociopaths in real time. And people fall in love on the show. There's heartbreak. These guys have redemptive moments, but there's also like they get punished too. It's the best show.
Oh my gosh,
Okay.
Nikki, it
We
sounds
can't wait.
amazing.
Thank you.
Season 3, thank you for coming, of F-Boy Island premieres.
scared to
I
say
know,
it.
every time
I know, I'm
feel.
sorry.
afraid.
It premieres Monday night on the CW.
Coming up next, we're grilling up some simple Mexican street food. Coming up right after this.
It's Hispanic Heritage Month, and we've got Bricia Lopez here to show us some of her favorite dishes.
Yeah, they're from her new cookbook. It's called Asada, the art of Mexican style grilling. You can scan the QR code and follow the recipes. I like the sound, the title of this book. What's inside?
Asada is all about the celebration of asada culture in Los Angeles, grilling being together with family.
Love it. Amazing.
Yeah, it's just like the vibe of asada is just a cookout, a barbecue.
Celebration. It's a perfect time of year to do that. And we're starting with
100%.
one of the most famous foods, a Mexican street corn.
Yes, but also I'm going to show you a little trick that I like to do with this
I already
because
like
usually on the streets of Mexico you'll get this. Well, number one, let me see if I can cut this garlic. Anyway, so you cut the garlic and let's cut the garlic in half.
Yeah. Okay.
And we're gonna roast it. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna
okay.
add some butter to it. What
Okay.
is this?
This garlic is hard.
Is this like a fake garlic?
Or maybe our knives need sharpening.
Maybe one of the two. You break the garlic in half.
Yeah.
We're gonna add butter.
Oh, I
and then
like.
we're gonna roast it. So what that's gonna do is we're gonna sweeten it up. No,
so you-
wait.
oh,
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I can't
wait a
wait.
minute.
I'm so
we're gonna add butter. We're gonna put it in the oven. Thankfully, because we're
So that butter's already kind of melted, right?
Yes, a little bit. We're gonna
Pop
put
it in the oven.
Pop it in the oven. And this is gonna roast for some time.
Okay.
While that's happening,
Okay.
you're gonna want to roast your corn.
Corn,
You know
okay.
corn comes from Oaxaca, right?
Yeah. Well, I learned that from you.
Yes, yes. So corn originally originates from Oaxaca. That's where I'm from Mexico. And right now it's a beautiful time. It's a season to eat corn. If you're gonna eat corn, right now is the time. So we're gonna grill it.
I love how you shucked it. You
Yeah,
like pulled
shucked it and then
and
tied it
off.
back.
Yeah.
That's just, it makes it pretty,
Yeah.
especially when you serve it to people. And then we're gonna move right here. So now that in the magic of television,
Yes. Oh,
my
so this
garlic.
is what the garlic
Look how
looks like.
beautiful
Okay.
it
See how
looks
the
like.
garlic is?
Yes.
So here we have some mayo.
Okay. Do you want me to add
We're
in
gonna
these
cook.
ingredients?
You ready to
Sure.
cook? Okay, this is some lime.
Lime.
Salt.
The whole, all the salt?
Sure.
Okay.
And this is for the sauce, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and then we're
cumin.
gonna add some cumin. And then we're going to whisk it
up.
around.
Okay.
And now here's the secret ingredient.
Okay.
So what you do with the garlic is we're gonna squeeze it in there.
Oh, you're just squeezing the garlic.
Yes. And here,
God,
you
that
want to
smells
smell?
so good.
Yeah, that
You
smells
see that
amazing.
smell?
Oh my God, Jenna.
And that's really what's gonna make the difference.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yes, that's the difference
So
that will make
soft.
the
It
difference.
whisks right in.
Okay,
Right?
so now we have this, and what should we? How do
So
we?
that becomes this. So that is the mayo.
Okay. So what do you
Now-
want me to do?
So grab
you're gonna
The
make-
brush.
Yes.
And paint it on.
Yes.
Oh my God. And then you put
You
parm.
gotta, yes.
Oh,
No,
yes.
so this is cotija. This is cotija, and this is like some chile.
Okay.
So you
Can I do
just
this
put
for
the
you?
cheese
Yes.
on top.
Oh my God. Look at
And
it,
then we're
look at
gonna
it.
add a little bit of heat to the top.
Yeah.
So this is in the streets of Mexico. You would get a Mexican street corn again.
That's how it.
Which is kind of make it a little different
Lovely.
by roasting the garlic.
Okay.
And now here we have your favorite.
I know. You're the nicest person. Queso
course.
fundido. Is
Queso
that right?
fundido. So let's make a little queso fundido with mushroom.
I just walked out of the frame
I
because
know
I
you
can't
did.
deal.
Go for it.
just have about a
We
minute.
are going
Okay.
to. Well, we're
Yeah.
gonna marinate.
Okay.
The mushrooms right now.
Okay.
So we have lime, we have garlic, we have apple cider vinegar, and
Yummy.
then usually I like to add epazote. Epazote is an herb from Oaxaca.
Okay.
That is very herbaceous and beautiful. If you can find it, you can have a mix of mint, basil, parsley, all the greens.
These guys
Okay.
doing that?
Yeah, there
Okay.
we go.
So we roast those up.
You've
And
roasted?
what's in this little pan here? Is that just?
This is just
cheese?
Oaxaca cheese. It's the beauty
So
of
it's like a
cheese.
different. It's not like the queso I make with Velveeta. This is like more
Right,
of a
this
fundido.
is Oaxaca cheese. So all you do is Oaxaca cheese. I'm gonna pop this in the oven. It takes it
Okay.
for about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Or you can put it in the grill. And then you'll get this beautiful, cheesy, just like
Dish.
crust. But also it gets like really nice and brown. And I also like to add more herbs inside the cheese to kind of add.
You sort of need a
element.
fork, which is amazing.
Herbs and citrus for me, I think, are
Chicken
the
looks really
element and the essence
corn
of
looks
cooking.
yummy.
Yes, girl, you go right ahead, right? Tell me.
Oh my God, Jenna.
Amazing.
It really is that roasted garlic that makes a difference. I tell people just roast
What
the garlic.
is happening?
Remember to sharpen your knives before you cut it
By
to
the
the
way-
garlic. That's tip number one.
By the
Oh my
way,
gosh, this
have
is
it.
amazing.
This is so
Thank
good.
you. Thank you so much.
For this recipe and also to get the new cookbook, go today.com/food.
Coming up next.
We got the Shindellas, y'all. They've got a song you're going to be singing all day long right after this.
You know it's been a good night when I say that I looked up. It was fun.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Now to a talented trio out of Nashville. Tamara Shanice, Casey Jones, and Stacey Johnson. They are the Shindellas, and they are making their Today Show debut right this minute.
Go! Okay, these ladies have created a sound uniquely their own, and now they're out with a new album. It's dropping later this month. It's called Shindo.
What does
Y'all made up
mean?
Shindo.
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's that feeling. It's that uncontrollable inspiration.
Ooh, like chills all up and down.
Yes.
So when you guys first stepped on stage together to sing, or when you first sang together, was it magic right away?
Yeah.
Like lightning in a bottle.
Really?
Honestly, truly. Yeah.
How did you guys meet each other?
We were introduced by, actually, they've been on this show, Louis York, an incredible new American soul duo made up of Claude Kelly and Chuck Harmony.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
They were like, where are the girl groups?
Where are the girl groups?
All right, so y'all gonna sing for us?
Absolutely.
What are you gonna sing?
Our new hit single, Last Night Was Good for My Soul.
Oh, take
let's
it away.
Ooh, girl, you know it's been a long time since we linked up and we got wild. Next day, everybody with the same line. Girl, you had the whole place going up like, ooh, such a mood. I've never been so lost in the vibe. You know it's been a good night. When I say that I looked up, it was 5 a.m. I see the sun rising. Last night was good for my soul. Where did the time go? I feel alive again, refreshed and ready to win. Last night was good for my soul. Where did the time go? So if you met somebody and you like that body, better ask somebody. Can we do it again next weekend? Let the freaks in, cause I'm treating. Can we do it again? Send the invite. Get your fits right, cause I feel like we can do it again. Hey, last night was good for my soul. Where did the time go? Get to know ya. If I'm living in your hood, I'm a phone ya. Cause I know my body catch you like, ooh, such a mood. I've never been so lost in the vibe. You know it's been a good night. When I say that I looked up, it was 5 a.m. I see the sun rising. Last night was good for my soul. Where did the time go? I feel alive again, refreshed and ready to win. Good for my soul. Oh, oh, oh. Up jumps the boogie, the drinks, and making we left it all on the floor. And I just can't believe it. It felt so relieving to take time and let it go. You see life so much better when we're together. I still feel the afterglow. Last night was good for last night was good for my soul. Hey, let's go, let's go. Last night was good for my soul. You know the Today Show is good for my soul. That's right. Last night was good for my soul. Come on, yeah. Last night was good for my soul. Y'all ready to bring the Shindo, ladies? Oh yeah. Come on. Last night was good for my soul. Hey. Last night was good for my soul. Soul. Hey, come on. Last night was good for my soul. Hey. Yeah. Last night was good for my soul. Soul. It's time to go home. We going out like do-do. Bring that thing on back. Make that body roll. I do it just like that. She did that, baby. Can we do it again? Hey, can we do it again? Please, can we do it again? Tell me, hold it, tell me gently. Can the Shindellas do it again? Can we do it again?
Teach us how to do that dance. We want to grind dance like that.
We were kind of doing it over there on our own. Y'all, what you give is contagious. Felt it. We get it.
Magic.
The Shindo.
Magic.
Shindo.
The Shindellas' new album, Shindo, is available for pre-order. Y'all pre-order it. It drops officially October 20th. Come on.
How's it go? 1, 2, 3, clap, clap. Make your body roll. Good news for Jenna's book club fans.
Yeah, my latest episode of my Read with Jenna podcast drops today. Y'all, I'm speaking with author Amor Tolls. Just search Read with Jenna wherever you get podcasts or scan that QR code.
Something fun to do this weekend. Tomorrow, Garcelle Beauvais.
Bye, guys.
Gotta go, Jimmer.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Last time I interviewed you, we were on Zoom, and I
Yeah.
was literally in my garage.
And I was home. This is so much fancier. I actually like connecting with people. I like being a part of the world.
Kate Hudson is stepping back into the world in style.
Look at this pool. I think I'll go for a swim. Maybe I'll lay out for a bit. Being back doing comedy, this is where I'm happiest.
In Glass Onion, the follow-up to the hit 2019 whodunit Knives Out, written and directed again by Rian Johnson, Hudson plays a hilariously self-absorbed former model named Birdie J.
So obviously you're a fan of the first movie. I think most of us were. So when the phone rings or the email comes in that says, hey, Kate, they're interested in you for the next one,
Yeah.
your reaction is?
Oh, I hope I get this part. I mean, I hope it's me. Usually there's the short list, you know, of like people write for parts, you hear about it. I was on that short list. He wanted to meet with me. And I remember reading it for the first time, Birdie J, and I was like, oh man, come on. Put me in, coach. Like, this is right up my alley. And again, going back to his writing, I read so much comedy. And like, it's always, somehow comedies, like they read a lot like sketches. You know, they're like situational comedy. Like, the device is funny, the situation is funny. But when you get a writer who knows how to write a character that earns the laugh, it's like a dream for, I think, anybody who loves to play comedic roles. And so I just kind of
chanted a little bit, prayed to God, and went in and tried to charm the pants off of Ryan. And it worked.
Clearly it worked.
Hello. Oh my God. We can't hug, right? I mean, can we?
There's something very familiar about Birdie J. She's not a person,
Yeah.
but she's sort of a archetype of a kind of person.
She's a thing. She chooses to show up in a room to be seen. She chooses to open her mouth when she probably shouldn't. Say things to be seen. So cute. You really try. I like that. You really make an effort.
Well, I figured Grease.
The cast, just, oh my gosh. You go around that dining room table and you're just so excited that each of you is at the table. Catherine Hahn.
Are we even going to talk about the elephant in the room?
Am I the elephant?
Yeah, you're the elephant.
You're not that bad. And Catherine and I to be reunited like that was honestly like one of the great joys of this experience for me, because she and I on How to Lose a Guy in 10 days just fell in love with each. I mean, we just loved each other so much.
Hi.
Oh, good morning, sunshine. To see her career and how far she's come and how much like wisdom she now brings to her work, from where we both started
20 years ago.
Oh my God.
Does that feel
I
like
would say that goes fast, but it feels like 5 lifetimes
I was
ago.
gonna say.
Like, why does this always happen?
back here? Did you have the same old relationship and the jokes and it was all
which is
still
the
there?
best feeling because you don't want people to change. You want them to grow, but not like change the essence of who they are. And I think we're both like that. Like we haven't really changed much. We've just grown.
Hudson's professional growth spurt started at 21 years old with a breakout performance in the 2000 classic Almost Famous.
You're too sweet for rock and roll.
Sweet? The movie made Hudson famous and earned her nominations for both a Golden Globe and an Academy Award.
So what do you think?
About the food or you?
Both.
Over the next decade, Hudson became one of Hollywood's most successful stars, with box office hits like the aforementioned How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, opposite Matthew McConaughey.
You calling my bluff?
You bet I am.
Then there was You, Me, and Dupree.
Dupree? Live with us?
And Fool's Gold, pairing her again with McConaughey.
You know, PlayStation.
When she's not acting, the 43-year-old Hudson stays in motion with her successful activewear company, among others.
So today we're in the design studio.
You're running Fabletics. You've got vodka.
Got vodka.
You've got In Bloom.
I've got 3 companies. I do a lot. I get so bored. Like, there's no way I could just sit and wait like 6 months to make another movie. I have to be doing something.
Right.
And I'm also quite linear. Like I go back and forth. Like I have my weird creative artistic times where I like have to like throw everybody out and I got to get weird and, you know. And then I have moments where I'm like, I just want to like be administrative and like organize files. I want to like get my linear brain going. And that I think is where the business side came in. Like it started with just wanting to, before it was like everyone was like growing some kind of company, I wanted to be in fashion. I saw this idea, everyone was like, it's a little risky. It's, you know, not like a normal endorsement. It's, you know, it was like I'm investing in a company for leggings that's, you know, affordable clothing for women. And I was like, this is awesome. I get to talk about something I'm passionate about. I get to learn about this business. I had no idea that the success of the company would be what it was. And then the learning curve came. And then I got really in. I like the business aspect of it. It's not easy. It's hard and it's a grind, but it's there's something about it. I like the grind. Like I like the winning part of growing a company that means something to you, that has like purpose. I enjoy that.
It sounds like the answer to this question is no, but is there any world where you just run your businesses and you say,
no,
the acting part of my life is over?
No, never. It'll be the opposite for me. For me, it'll be like, I think that part, I think that as I get older, I want to just read more. I want to write more. I want to sing.
You mentioned that a few times in public. This is happening.
Now it's
Here
just
we
happening.
go.
It's just happening
So
now.
what do we?
Yeah.
We've got an album coming,
I
or what's?
do. I have an album. I've been making an album. That's what came for COVID for me. That sort of out of that was like, okay, I'm making a record. And actually, the way it happened was it started with me just saying, you know what, I need to sing more. I was so terrified of singing in front of people, and I was over it. I don't like being fearful, and so I was like, okay, if someone asks me to sing, I'm just gonna say yes. I'm just gonna say. So I got into the parent band at my school. But the parent band, they asked me, they're like, will you come sing a song with the parent band? I was like, oh, I said I'd say yes, so yeah. But the parent band is like all Grammy award winning, like musicians and producers but they really like they were like, Kate, you need to make a record. Then Linda Perry, she's a songwriter. She did What's Going On, Four Non-Blondes, but she's very, very, very prolific, like kind of a hit maker, right? Like writes the most amazing songs. And she cold called me and was like, why aren't you making a record? And I said, because I don't know. I don't have the structure. I don't have the time. I don't have the, and she goes, no. And she said, come into my studio. And I sat in her studio. She made me sing a song that she had written. And then she sat me down. She's like, we're making a record. You got to do it. Put your fall aside. We're going to write. And she goes, you write music? I go, yeah. She's like, all right, we're going to write together. So we wrote. And me, Danny, and Linda sat for 2 months and wrote 25 songs. Wow. And then so it's been just from then, it's just like kind of no expectation, just like a love for songwriting. It was all the emotion needed to just pour out. It did. It's there. You'll hear it. I also think like, for my kids, they know I sing every day. I write music. Even for them to see that at this time in my life, I don't care. I just have to do it. And I hope it's as warmly received as I have cared for it, you know, because it's just a labor of love. I mean, that's all it is. And if it means that then I have this pivot and I'm playing shows and I'm doing things like that, I would love it. But I have no expectation for, like, there's no calculated move. I just want to put music in the world.
People love you. You have goodwill. They're going to root for you. I'm going to root for you.
This is good. Okay,
yeah,
great.
we'll start there.
You'll like one song, at least.
Staying busy helps the mother of 3 to cope with her son Ryder's recent move across the country to college. But she has found a support group with friends Gwyneth Paltrow and Reese Witherspoon.
My girlfriend, Gwyneth, our kids were in school together. We both had that moment together when we like look at each other. We're like, how you doing? Because we experienced it at the same time. And Reese, all 3 of us ladies, all of our kids went to college at the same time. It's so hard. I mean, he's in the city. So it's great because when I'm here, I get to see him and we hang out and he's loving the city. I mean, and the first 2 weeks of school, he wrote me, he's like, Mom, you lost me for 4 years. Like, I'm here.
Good.
I'm in it. I love it here. And I was like, oh, all you want is your kid to thrive and like be happy and feel good in his skin. And he's such a great person. And he's always, Ryder's always been that way. Ryder's the best. He's good human. He's super talented. He's really smart. He's very, like, perfectly self-deprecating. He's got that great sense of humor that will get him through life. But man, when I'm in LA and I go to the coffee machine in the morning and I don't hear his voice, it's a big one. I didn't think it would hit me so hard.
You raised a great kid who can go all the way across the country and thrive on his own.
That's right.
You did it.
And I hope, yeah. I feel that in him. And I think the other thing too is like someone said to me, because I was having a moment, he was talking about, I don't know, the second he was 18, he like got a tattoo and then he was talking about motorcycles and things. And I was like, oh my God. And this woman said, faith, not fear. Faith, not fear. And that's become my mantra. Like, because I am such a high anxiety mother. I have this like floating mother anxiety through life. Like, where's Bing? Where's Ronnie? What's like I'm like, want all my baby cubs. Yes. Like, faith, not fear. That's my new motto.
I love that. I'm glad he's doing so well.
He's doing great. He's going to be a part of this weird world that I'm in for sure.
It's Harry Styles, 102.7 Kiss FM. Good morning. Let's get to it.
Ryan Seacrest has been honing that now famous voice since he first hit the airwaves at just 16 years old.
What was your rap back then, Ryan? Would I recognize it
Radio
as...
Ryan reaching the beaches and rocking the docks, everybody. Let's go. You're on the air. Caller. It was like I was over the top. I was one of those, guys that thought you had to talk like this all the time to make everybody, listen and get your attention like that. And slowly that waned and went away. Well, it is a Ryan's Roses program.
Today, the Radio Hall of Famer needs no introduction.
You probably know the backstory, but Timberland, Nelly Furtado, and Justin Timberlake, they've all gotten back together.
So you have fit me into your incredible schedule. Can you tell me right now every job that you currently hold?
I host On Air with Ryan Seacrest on Kiss FM, American Top 40. I host American Idol. I will host Wheel of Fortune, and I host New Year's Rockin' Eve.
What is that schedule like for you? Because you've had it for a long time, to be fair. You've always been a hustler. How do you get through it?
I've only known this schedule. Even when I was in high school, believe it or not, I was playing football, and I was working at the local radio station at night. So my days and my afternoons and my nights were filled, and I thrived off of that. Never did I think I'd have the stamina or endurance to do it in real life for a long time, but it just sort of happened to be that way. And I think the other thing is I always wanted to do this. I always wanted to sit near one of these. I always wanted to be on the air. And I think the fact that I get to do it, I'm grateful, but I'm always afraid it might not be there.
3, 2, 1.
And
We're on! Just this week, Ryan found himself in another studio. The brand new Seacrest Studios inside New York's Cohen Children's Medical Center, where kids get the opportunity to step into Seacrest's shoes. It is the 13th Seacrest studio across the country, with another to open in Salt Lake City later this year.
I'll be your debut host in the Seacrest studio.
I wanted to do something that made an impact but also was tangible. So I came up with the idea to develop these state-of-the-art media centers, content centers, broadcast studios that become the heartbeat of these hospitals. They become the pulse in the middle of the lobby, in the center of some very serious things that are happening inside those places. And the idea is to create that energy and destination for patients and families to totally escape, if they can, just for a few minutes, what's happening, what they're going through. And I wondered, before we created the Seacrest Studios, would it be possible that a patient might wake up one day having to seek treatment and be excited to go because they were going to see their friends or they were going to meet a celebrity inside the studio? And we hear stories of that happening now.
It has to be so gratifying to have worked as hard as you have worked over these years to get where you are, to be in a position to do something like this, to say, all right, I'm here. What do I do? What do I give back?
You know, the kids that are in these children's hospitals, if anybody's been to them, you don't know when you're going to have to go, and you're so happy there's a great one near you in your community. But when you're there, families miss birthdays, kids miss proms, and we want to create a place where they can continue to celebrate that, make friends, and connect, and that's what these studios do.
Broadcasting is how Seacrest has connected since he was a kid, growing up just outside of Atlanta.
I think you were mowing lawns to raise money at Radio Shack.
I mean, it was very strange to even my parents, I think, at the time, and my friends who also mowed lawns, but they would spend their money at the arcade at the mall. I wanted to go to the mall in Radio Shack and buy a mixer, a tiny one of these things.
At 10?
At 10. And I was pretending to be Casey Kasem, counting them down from coast to coast. In Atlanta, where I grew up, the biggest stars were the DJs. And so I was just fascinated by that world. I remember being so excited to audition to be the guy that does the morning announcements and the Pledge of Allegiance at school. And I thought, gosh, is there a way to do this for a living? You know, I remember that the day that I said to my mom, I'm looking for some extra work. Could I make some outgoing messages at the time on the little micro cassette tapes for answering machines for our neighbors and charge them like, $2? She laughed and I said, no, I'm not kidding, I'm being serious. And I think they realized that this was something that I just was struck by.
The story goes you get a radio show at 16 years old on an actual FM radio station in Atlanta. How did that job come about?
I called into the nighttime DJ to request songs often, and eventually he recognized me as a caller that calls every single night. And I said, could I come down after school one day and take a tour of the station? Sure, come down. Went down, my parents drove me. I toured the studio, and I was just fascinated by seeing things happen that were being broadcast to other people outside of the room and all over this great big city in my mind. And I thought, this is really cool. So I kept coming back at night. Eventually, I was an unofficial intern, and then I learned to run the board. A couple years later, there was a night where the tape that I was supposed to run of the DJ broke, and I signed on the air and said the call letters, and that was it. And I looked up to Casey and Rick Dees and Larry King and Regis. These were my idols. These are the guys that made me feel so comfortable. Dick Clark, for example, watching him on New Year's Eve as a kid, you wanted to be there. I'd never been to New York City. You wanted to be part of that party. And he made you feel welcome and made you feel a part of it.
And the wild thing is, almost everyone you just listed, you filled their shoes in a job.
I can't even believe it. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. I have no formal training.
Seacrest went to the University of Georgia, but he was a young man in a hurry, and at 19, he left for Hollywood. He booked several hosting gigs there before landing the one that would change his life.
Take a look at this.
On a new show called American Idol.
I love the story that you go into audition for Idol as a judge.
Yeah, they're talking to me about being a judge.
But then it was, how do you feel about hosting live TV? And you confidently said, oh, of course.
I got it. I figured I'll learn by doing, and I did. But those first few seasons, I was so worried about making a mistake. I wanted it to be so perfect. And then you get reps at it, and it becomes more second nature.
Seacrest out. Good night.
Are you aware that Seacrest out is still a thing people say?
Yeah, because now they go, Seacrest in. If I come into a restaurant, Seacrest in.
Where'd that come from?
One of the nights, there was some more things for me to say, but I couldn't get it in time before the show was going to end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It just went, Seacrest out, before we got cut off by the local news. And I think it stuck.
So what was it like being inside and feeling your life change every night that show came on the air?
It was really cool to be out and have people come up and say, I really love Ruben. He's got to win. Or, Carrie just changed my life. Watching her changed my life and seeing her story changed my life. They don't say, hi, Ryan. They just launch right into the person and the story that they associate with, or that they loved on the show. And we all thought that was just amazing. And it was unscripted. It was loose. We weren't quite sure what was going to happen every night. I think the imperfections were the beauty of it.
For you personally, what was it like? Okay, here's this show, blows up, massive cultural phenomenon. Now everybody knows your name and your face. Was that hard to get used to for a while?
It wasn't hard to get used to. I embraced it, and I like people, and I love that somebody I've never met feels like they know me. I will tell you, when I saw the success of it, for me personally, professionally, I made a commitment to dive deeper into working harder on more things to leverage the moment, because I knew that this was an incredibly unique moment. It may never, will never happen again. How do I learn and how do I leverage it so that there's a career that I can have and longevity I can have?
Nice to see you. Seacrest has been everywhere, on red carpets, on morning television, in Times Square on New Year's Eve, and even behind the scenes as executive producer of the Kardashians reality franchise. Next, he's taking his turn at the wheel, replacing Pat Sajak as host of Wheel of Fortune.
We heard Pat Sajak was retiring. Everyone wondered, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? We heard your name. We said, of course, it's Ryan.
Well, Wheel of Fortune is something that so many of us in this country have grown up with, spent every evening with. It's a part of our family, our tradition, our habits every single night. I was saying to you that, that show on the air makes me feel like the world's going to be okay. Pat Sajak is an icon in this business, and he's made it so comfortable for everybody to watch it.
Has he given you advice?
We had a very quick conversation, and he just told me how much fun the show is and how much fun I'm going to have doing it. The opportunity to give away these amazing cash prizes to people on a regular basis, and essentially just don't get in the way. Let the game be the star.
So do you have any plans yet? I know it's still a year or so away, but what your version of the show will be?
My version will be the version that is. The game works all you want to do is walk in and say, good evening, grab your devices, and here's the first puzzle.
How important is it to you that Vanna be back for your version of the show?
I think it's extremely important. I am a huge Vanna White fan. When I signed on, I called her and said, I very much look forward to being on that set with you.
Just as our interview was ending, Seacrest got word that Vanna had agreed to return to Wheel for his inaugural season next year.
This is such great news. I have been very excited to work with her, but now that it's official, I can say, congratulations, Vanna. I can't wait.
And also probably nice for the new guy to have somebody who's been there a while.
Yeah, who I can say, how does this work?
Exactly.
Where do we go now? What's next? Okay, got it.
And just a little look to her probably centers you a little bit,
Yeah,
right?
well, she can definitely, Vanna, please tell me what to do.
Wow. Seacrest turns 50 next year with no plans of slowing down.
Your morning hack this morning, before 7 o'clock.
He's too busy living his teenage dream.
You're gonna walk out of here, you're gonna do your radio show, and then you're gonna go, okay, now where do I go? Is that a thrill?
I think it's exciting. I do. It's fun, you know? It's everything I always wanted. And I think that the pace actually fuels my energy. If I were to do one thing once a week, I'd be terrible.
What do you want out of the next chapter in your life?
A little more balance personally, probably, right? To focus on personal relationships in my life, because I have a difficult time saying no, right? It's like, yes, I'll be there. Yes, I want to do it. Please let me have this opportunity. So I think I'll probably take a beat and focus on that a little bit more.
You slowing down doesn't seem like it's gonna happen, but we'll hope for the
about
best.
7 o'clock tonight, I'm going to take it slow.
Hope for the best after your 4:30 dinner.
Right.
Congratulations on opening the new Seacrest Studios.
Thank you.
I applaud you for doing with your platform what you do every day. It's great to see you, man.
Thank you. Now you're going to be a guest on my show?
Yeah, let's flip
Okay,
it.
great.
Good to see you,
Thanks,
man.
buddy.
Kane Brown's road to country stardom began in an unlikely place.
I started in a bathroom, as weird as that sounds, just doing songs and covers in a bathroom.
From the bathroom to the biggest stages in music, Brown recently finished his sold-out Drunk or Dreaming international tour.
It's gotta feel good as an artist to be able to travel the world and fill up those arenas. We're not just talking about, Atlanta and Chattanooga anymore. Like, you're a global star. What does that feel like?
I mean, dude, it feels amazing, especially like coming from where I came from, my background, getting to go to, Australia. I never really left Georgia, so now I'm getting to travel the world to do music, and it makes absolutely no sense to me.
All I'm thinking about is how I'm homesick.
The son of a white mother and a black and Native American father, Brown was raised in northwest Georgia and southeastern Tennessee. His childhood was marked by periods of homelessness, abuse at the hands of a stepfather, and racism. Brown found stability with his grandmother and solace in music.
Poverty, abuse, racism, all the things you encountered as a young man. How much does that childhood, which was difficult by your own admission, how does that inform your music? Do you still feel it when you're sitting to write a song?
Not as much as I did when I first came in. and I want to go back to that. But I feel like I've told a lot of my story, and I have noticed, like, as I keep going and more of my story opens up, especially on stage. Like now it's went even further, and I feel like that's gonna happen. It's gonna lead to something else, and maybe a documentary or a movie or something, which I think would be really cool.
Where did it start for you? Where did you get that bug for, not necessarily I'm gonna grow up and be a star, but like I just like singing, I like playing, I like listening to music. How did that start for you?
Music was always my life. That was kind of my escape, even though I didn't realize it coming up through my childhood. It started coming out more when I started working at Lowe's, and in the meantime, like while I was mixing paint, I was singing. My buddy ended up hearing me and told me to try out for the talent show. So then when I tried out for the talent show, I got like an encore. And so then that was like kind of what sparked me wanting to sing. And then I just started posting it to Facebook.
Did your coworkers like that you were singing on the job?
Yeah. He was like, man, you gave me cold chills. And I didn't know what to think about it. I was like, really? And that's what sparked everything. And I'm very competitive. So then once, people told me that they liked it, then I was like, I wonder how many other people I can get to like it.
It started way back in 3rd grade.
In between shifts at Lowe's and later FedEx, Brown posted covers of country hits to Facebook. His rendition of Lee Brice's I Don't Dance, recorded in the bathroom, exploded while he slept.
Yeah, I was that kind of man.
I remember waking up and my phone was completely black, and put it on the charger, and immediately, once it turned on, I just got notifications for hours. I couldn't unlock my phone, I couldn't do anything, it just kept popping up. I remember it being 60,000 followers overnight.
Wow.
And I thought that was big, and then fast forward, and then I did a George Strait Check Yes or No, and 60,000 turned into millions. And then that's when I started just writing my own music.
So what was it like the next day at work?
Well, this time, now I'm at FedEx.
Okay,
So,
you moved on.
And so I was coming in late to work. I was taking multiple lunch breaks, going doing covers in my car. And my boss was cool with it, because he liked to watch the numbers go up when we'd post it. And I'd be like, it would just immediately just flood my inbox. And so he would just sit there and watch it with me and thought it was the coolest thing. And he wanted to see how far I could go. And I get a call saying that we need you to move to Nashville. He just told me, he's like, yeah, man, go. And then you can come back if you need to. So it was an assurance thing for me.
Brown moved to Music City to chase the dream.
What were some of the reactions you heard from people in Nashville?
No, I wouldn't say it was just Nashville. I'd say it was everywhere. I mean, especially the internet. They'd be like, just look at him. He's not country. That's not what country looks like, yada, yada, yada. But I feel like it's also what made me blow up on Facebook, because I had a lot of people that they clicked my video and they're like, I thought you were gonna rap. And then I started singing, so it shocked them, and then they wanted to share it.
You say, what if I hurt you?
Brown proved his doubters wrong, releasing a self-titled debut album in 2016 featuring his first #1 song, What Ifs.
What if I was made for you and you were made for me? What if this is it? What if it's meant to be?
And the 9 times platinum smash, Heaven.
I don't know how heaven could be better than you.
Brown continues to defy country conventions. He has crossed over to the pop charts with hits like One Thing Right, a collaboration with DJ Marshmello.
I've been wrong about 1,000,000 times, but I got one thing right. You.
How do you describe your sound?
I think it kind of just evolves over time. When I first got into music, I was really scared of everything. I was like, well, if I do this wrong, And now it's just, I get to be myself, and I wish I would have got to do that from the beginning, but it's hard, man. You want to be successful, and you feel like you got to play by the book and all this stuff. But I did, and it helped me get here, and now it helps me get to open up.
Now, the other rumor about you is you're a good basketball player.
I'm
True?
okay.
What's your game like? I got to scout you real quick.
Well, I'm getting older, so it's getting a little slow.
Dude, if you're old, wait till you see me out there.
Hey, I don't know what it is. The other day, I played at my house, and it's been a couple months, and my lower back was hurting me for like 4 days. My shins hurt for like 9 days. I was popping Advil. I take Advil before I play now. So that's just telling you.
The preemptive Advil is the first step toward middle-age basketball guy.
What position did you play in high school?
I played small forward, shot a lot of threes. I had to get in there and get some rebounds too. How about you?
I was all over the place, but not center.
So is it true that you are the only artist ever to play every NBA arena on a tour?
We were eating at lunch one day and they were like, would you want to play every NBA arena? I said, of course.
Yeah.
And you can make it happen. So my team made it happen. Hey, I made it.
There it is.
I played sports my whole life, so when I get to do these things, it's just so memorable because I'll never play in the NBA. But, I got to play inside of the NBA arena. So.
We've both come to terms with the fact we're not going to play in the NBA.
No.
Despite what you're seeing here today. If somebody wants to give us a look, See what I mean? I just spot up, shoot now. That's it.
Hey, I see it. Oh.
Got to leave on a made one. There he is.
There we go. That's it. 100%. Still hasn't missed.
Doing it his way, Brown is filling stadiums and making history. This summer, he became the first black artist ever to headline a concert at Boston's famed Fenway Park.
When I started playing bigger places, I got like imposter syndrome. It moved too fast. I wasn't the greatest on stage. I wondered what everybody thought about me. I was so nervous to be on stage because I'm a very shy guy. But whenever I'm on stage, I'm the guy that I wish I was all the time.
You're going to be on a lot of stages singing it coming up on this new tour. I don't know how much you can say yet, but we're talking big venues starting next year.
We're doing 6 stadiums, which I'm really excited about. When we did Fenway, I knew that I was supposed to be there. Fenway was very iconic to me. And when I got out there, there was no nerves. There was no, oh my God. It was like, it's showtime, and I'm gonna, put on a show and let these people know that I'm so glad they're here.
Brown shared the stage that night with his wife, Caitlin, a singer herself. The couple has 2 young daughters and a #1 hit.
Thank God your hand fits perfectly in mine.
Another cool element about your performance is performing with your wife, right?
Yeah.
Singing Thank God with your 2 beautiful little girls, maybe somewhere in the stadium.
Hey, they're asleep.
They're out. By the time you come on, they're done.
Yeah.
How cool is that, not only to perform with Caitlin, but also to have it become such a hit? Thank God.
It was awesome. I knew it was going to be a hit from the start, We met through music, and once we found this song, we used to do covers and stuff and put it on YouTube, and so my fans knew that she sung, but not the whole, place, country world, whatever. And we found this song when we put it out. She was nervous. And I was like, babe, this song's going to be a smash. it don't even have to go to radio. Like, it's gonna be a smash because my fans have been waiting on it, and you're amazing. But I remember before we went out on stage at Fenway, she was like, I'm gonna throw up. She's like, I'm gonna throw up. I was like, just look at me. I'm right here. Everything's gonna be okay. And then she came out, she killed it, and then everybody lit their phones up and sang it back to us. It's her first #1, and it was just amazing for her, and I was glad that I got to be a part of it.
You don't know what the response always is going to be, and then to walk out at Fenway Park with your wife and have 35, 40,000 people singing every word back to you, what is that feeling like?
I mean, it's the best feeling in the world, man.
So that raises the question, will you and your wife now, because that was such a hit, is there going to be more music from the two of you? Yeah.
Of course, yeah. We're actually working on it right now. Just finished my studio, so hopefully we get a lot more. Maybe she'll jump on a ride too. She said she's a little rusty, but
I bet she's all right. It's amazing to look at the charts, particularly this summer, but in general, and you've been right up at the top of them, how country has gone so mainstream, and to see the top 3 or 4 songs, not just in country, but in all music, be country. It feels like you were part of a wave of a new generation of people who are taking country to a different place. Does it feel that way to you at all?
I just do my own thing, and I don't even, look at that type of stuff. I just do my music. I just love that I can be all over the place and be myself and not be worried about it, and then people can come to my shows and still have fun.
Only ones I keep around me is my fam. No coincidence, it's always been the plan.
Do you stop and have moments and you go, man, it's a long way from here back to the Facebook videos and the childhood I had?
I just don't think about it because I feel like, everything that I went through was a part of my life that got me here. And I'm actually proud of it, even though a lot of it was tough and hard and you didn't know what was going to come out of it. But I feel like that's what made me who I am today. It made me strong, it made me want to give back to people, it made me humble, and just made me proud of who I am and where I came from.
The party is just getting started for Olivia Rodrigo as she celebrates the release of her sophomore album.
Congratulations on release day.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a very exciting few hours.
You draw quite a crowd, my friend.
She's calling it Guts.
These are my Guts rings.
And the critics are calling Rodrigo a rock star.
And Guts means what to you in the context of this album?
It means a few things. It means courage. It means trusting your gut. It means having, following your intuition. I like spilling your guts too. I feel like
there's some of that on this album.
Yeah, I feel like every song I've ever written is sort of just me spilling my guts a little bit.
Good for you, I guess you're getting everything you want.
Just 20 years old, the singing, songwriting phenom has a talent for turning angst and heartbreak into hits.
Do you ever, when you're sitting down spilling your guts in front of a piano, do you ever have any hesitation of like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't go this far, maybe I shouldn't tell this one? It doesn't feel like it.
Yeah. In the moment when I'm writing a song, I try not to censor myself too much or think about, what people on the internet are going to say about it, just because I think that is kind of the antithesis of creativity. But it's, you know, after the fact, then it's kind of when you have to be like strategic, I suppose. I don't know.
But it's out there now, so
It's out there.
let it ride.
If someone tells me one more time, enjoy your youth, I'm gonna cry.
People have had a lot to say about Rodrigo's music ever since she exploded onto the scene with her Grammy-winning debut album, Sour.
It's brutal out here.
Rolling Stone called Sour Rodrigo's greatest hits album on her first try, highlighted by the 5-time platinum driver's license.
Got my driver's license last week, just like we always talked about.
A poignant power ballad about marking a teenage milestone amid heartache,
You said forever.
with a bridge embraced by TikTok and Saturday Night Live.
I was thinking back to January of 2021 when driver's license came out. You're still a senior in high school,
Mhm.
and then you wake up one morning and everybody knows your name, and everyone's singing that song.
Mhm.
With 2.5 years of perspective on that now, how do you describe what that was like?
It's really interesting. I feel like at the time, I didn't quite realize how much it would change my life. In the moment, I was just so full of adrenaline. I'm like, okay, let's get the next song out. Let's do the album. And it wasn't until recently where I really had the space and time to take a step back and be like, whoa, that was insane. That was, you know, such a huge moment for me, something that I'll remember when I'm 85. And I love that song so much just for me. I wrote that song and loved it because it just so acutely expressed what I was going through at the time. And the fact that it resonated in the way that it did is just so meaningful. I owe so much to that song, and it opened so many doors for me. So just full of so much gratitude for it.
As it's setting streaming records and going to #1, and SNL is doing an entire sketch on it,
Yeah.
and you're watching this happen to your song and to your life. What's going through your mind? What are you thinking? How are you handling that?
Honestly, a healthy level of dissociation goes a long way.
Yes,
I think
yeah.
when I was 17 or 18, you know, you just can't really read into all of that too much. You kind of just have to put your horse blinders on and focus on what you can control, because so much of it is just beyond anything you could really fathom or control, you know.
And then you proved that it wasn't just about that song. I mean, you put out another one, a hit, another one, a hit, and it became the biggest album of the year. Again, Rolling Stone called it the best album of the year. So as you were sitting down now to write Guts, did you feel like, okay, this better be good? Did you feel all that when you were putting this album together?
So much pressure. You know, everyone always says, like, your only competition is yourself. And I was like, oh God, if my only competition is myself, I don't know how I'm gonna beat this. Like, that was just such crazy success that I could have never expected or prepared myself for. And so I definitely, I mean, I won't lie, I had a really tricky time setting out to make Guts. But I think kind of halfway through the writing process, I sort of shifted my mindset into not trying to beat something or make a song that would go #1, and I just tried to make songs that I would like to hear on the radio. And that's when kind of the real good stuff started happening. I had a lot more fun, and the songs really improved. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, you just have to focus on doing what you love and making songs that you enjoy. That's all you can do.
You have such a maturity in your songs about things like heartbreak and relationships, even on Sour. And as you say, you were 16, 17 years old writing these sort of sophisticated songs that I'm not sure most teenagers have thought through in that way or can articulate in the way that you have. Where does that, I guess, emotional maturity come from? How do you think so deeply and express it so well at your age?
Thanks. I mean, I've been writing songs since I could talk. I've always been doing it. So I've written so many songs in my life, written so many bad songs, got a lot of practice. But I really believe that really good songs kind of don't come from you, they kind of come through you. You know, it's kind of like something else. It's like a magical thing. And sometimes you write a song and you're like, wow, I don't even know how that came to be. It's just kind of this beautiful flow. So I credit a lot of my songs to that sort of magic.
The magic began in Southern California, where Rodrigo grew up with parents who played Alanis Morissette, Gwen Stefani, and the White Stripes in the house.
Do you get deja vu?
Rodrigo first sat down at the piano at 7. By 12, she was writing songs. She did some acting too, but music was her first love.
Do you remember those first songs when you were 12?
Yeah, it's so funny. I listened back to that. I still have them on my phone, and I'm like, gosh, I was so angsty. I had such a perspective. I'd write all these like feminist songs about like all these like people that wronged me or like all these issues that I had, and I'm like, you're in 6th grade. Like, what's going on?
Rodrigo since has sharpened the songwriting around that angst and proven herself a sharp businesswoman as well. When she signed her first record deal at just 17, she negotiated for ownership of the master recordings of her music. The label agreed, perhaps underestimating her potential.
How did you have the instinct to do that? How did you negotiate that? Because it has paid off in a way that other artists have struggled with.
I think that I've been really lucky to be surrounded by people who really look after me and take care of me in a very real, genuine way. That's something that I really have never taken for granted. It's super instrumental, I feel like, in my career. And I don't know, I've just really always wanted to have total creative control over everything that I do. Like the money part and all of that is great and fun, but it's just so freeing to be able to say whatever you want, express how you feel however you want, and, you know, be in control of your life and career. That's something that's just so meaningful to me, and I feel really happy that I'm in a position where I can have that.
Hate to give the satisfaction asking how you're doing now.
On Guts, Rodrigo goes full pop punk.
Well, just so you know, most mortals don't have #1 hits
Oh.
flowing through their bodies when they sit down at a piano. But I think
Maybe.
Vampire was that way a little bit too, wasn't it? Where you sat down at a piano and it just sort of happened?
Yeah, I was getting ice cream with my friends, and I was really upset about this thing that I wrote Vampire about, and I just had this burning desire to sit down at the piano, and I remember sitting down at the piano, and the chorus just came, and I was like, oh, Vampire, I don't know, it just popped into my head. I you know, hadn't really ever thought about writing a song like that, and yeah, it just kind of came really naturally.
So why is it so important to you, because this is true of all your songs, to not talk publicly about who or what exactly it's about?
I think explanation is never good for art. Why would I like pigeonhole a song into being about this one thing in my life when everyone has their own interpretation? It's the beauty of music. It just makes me feel less alone in my feelings. You know, when I write the song about some specific instance where I felt this really strong way, and then I look out into the crowd and I see some girl who felt the exact same way, it just makes me realize that, you know, we're all so much more alike than we are different, and no one's ever really alone in their feelings.
Is it still a trip to you to have that feeling, which is to say, to go out on a stage, a song you wrote maybe with one other person in the privacy of a little room, and you feel like maybe someone will connect with this, to hear an entire arena or an entire stadium singing those words back to you?
Yeah, I think it's a feeling that you never really get used to. I think songs are one of the most powerful mediums there are. You know, you can write a song in 20 minutes, and, you know, a huge crowd of 5,000 people could sing every word. You know, it's really powerful. There's a lot of responsibility in that, I think.
She has grown up during this whirlwind couple of years, but she's still having fun.
The first album was very much about heartbreak, and I love that. That's what I needed to say at the time. I was very heartbroken. And I think this time around, I was just more thinking about the pressures of young adulthood and, you know, sort of the growing pains that come along with just turning 20. I wrote the album when I was 19 and 20, and I think it also just takes itself a lot less seriously, which I really enjoy. It's very playful and fun, and I just wanted to make songs that would be really cool to sing at a concert and jump around to. So I feel like that's what we tried to do.
So you've said that the last couple of years you've grown up by a decade, much more than the 2 years or so. How much are you different today than you were when you were writing those songs for Sour?
Oh my gosh, I'm a completely different person. I mean, I wrote all those songs for Sour when I was 17, and I'm 20 now. And obviously my life has changed drastically, you know, my career and my environment, everything's so different. But I just think all of that pales in comparison to how much you change as an individual from the ages of 17 to 20. I feel like I learned so much about myself and who I wanted to be and the people that I wanted to surround myself with. And sort of just, I have sort of this new confidence that I didn't have before.
People have called you the voice of your generation. They've said that you've sort of captured what it means to be your age or close to your age in this moment in time. Do you have any sense for what that means exactly?
No, oh my gosh, so crazy. That's such a, wow, that's a really big title.
Because you're just telling your own story, but it
Yeah.
just so happens to reflect what a lot of people are going through.
All I can do is be myself, I think, and write songs that I like. And I think the fact that people gravitate towards them is amazing.
The story of Niall Horan's life is one of an Irish teenager thrust to worldwide fame as a member of the biggest group on the planet.
Let's go crazy, crazy, crazy till we see the sun.
Horan and his bandmates in One Direction flew to the top of the charts, filling stadiums around the world and selling more than 70 million albums.
I remember thinking, right, I've just been through the craziest thing that could possibly happen to someone.
And he was not certain about what was waiting on the other side of that dizzying phenomenon.
Scary prospect, obviously, coming off the back of the band. I just had to keep it going. I wanted to make music and just had to trust it.
That trust has paid off in a successful solo career. Horan's latest album is called The Show, a record created when he finally was forced to slow down.
So it's the summer of 2020. Take me back to that time for you. And you're trying to put out new music. You've just had your second album come out in March of that year.
True, yeah.
And you're getting ready to go on a tour. Of course, everything is canceled, except you don't have your instruments.
All my gear was locked away. We were just about to go on tour in that April. All my guitars had left my house. They were all boxed up in a lockup somewhere, ready to go to the first show. And it was just me and the piano and in the house.
So when you sat down at that piano, were you doing that to start to write a new album, or was that just something to sort of pass the time and get through this bizarre moment?
And I'm always kind of just like noodling anyway. You know, you just kind of sit down there and play around, sing some melodies, play some chords, and hope for the best. And then if it doesn't come, it doesn't come. That's when I wrote that and sung the first couple of lines, and the lyrics came out. I was like, maybe this is the time now, and maybe this is the start of a record.
If everything was easy, nothing ever broke. If everything was simple, how would we know?
The show is the title. Let's start there. What does that mean? What is the show?
Well, it didn't mean anything until I wrote the song, The Show. The lyric in the song, The Show, is basically me saying how grateful I should feel for everything. Because during the pandemic, we kind of lost all of that control that we like to have as humans. The show then became a metaphor for life in my head. Like, you know, the different acts throughout. And then straight away, once I'd written that song, I realized, all right, well, there's a title for a record. And now that title provokes thoughts, you know, that make up the different spokes of the wheel of life. And that's kind of where it started from.
There's a weightiness, or in some of the subject matter is heavy, despite the sort of some of pop sound to some of it anyway. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's very fair. There's a weightiness to it in a different way than my previous stuff. Like, I tend to be the guy that writes the breakup songs, and literally my last album was called Heartbreak Weather. And I've tended to been that guy, but when there's no heartbreak, the subject matter changes. And what was going on in the world, I just gotten into a new relationship, so that was good. But then there was the other side of things, where the weight of the world that was 2020 and the time I was writing down notes, you know, that's what was going on the planet. I tend to try and write with a bit of weight, but my songs always seem to have some sort of like a silver lining to them. I tend to try and have, like, as dark as they sound, I try and make them have a bit of uplift and a bit of hope somewhere along the line.
You're a big vinyl guy?
Yeah. I think it's because of what I grew up on.
The 29-year-old Horan grew up in Mullingar, Ireland, about an hour outside of Dublin. He was raised on bands like the Eagles and Fleetwood Mac, and taught himself to play the guitar.
I probably didn't properly start playing until I was probably 10, 11 maybe. There was a guitar in the house that I was given as a gift to someone, and they never played it. So it was like this little nylon stringed, kind of Spanishy type guitar. And it was just sitting around, and I would it was at the start of like the broadband dial-up connection. So when everyone was not using the landline, I was like sitting on YouTube, and I've still to this day, I never had a guitar lesson or anything like this. But I would sit on YouTube, watch songs that I liked, like guys playing covers on them on YouTube, and like pause when they'd like set their fingers on the frets.
Wow.
And just like see where their fingers were. So to this day, I couldn't tell you more than about 6 chords.
At 16, and with no formal training, Horan was convinced by his high school French teacher to audition for the British singing competition, The X Factor.
I think you're unprepared. I think you came with the wrong song. You're not as good as you thought you were.
Despite a rocky start, the judges put Horan through, later teaming him up with Louis Tomlinson, Zayn Malik, Liam Payne, and Harry Styles to form One Direction. They finished in 3rd place, but that was just the beginning.
What Makes You Beautiful went #1 first week. And then there was a bit of noise around Europe, and we went over to Europe, and it was like thousands of screaming girls in the streets of Amsterdam and Milan and, you know, Berlin and places like this. And it was like, what's going on? We were just on a network TV show a couple of weeks ago. And then it started, a bit of noise started coming from over here, and then it just snowballed, and it snowballed very fast. And the rest is history, I suppose.
Yeah. So how does a teenage boy, and you were boys, how do you begin to wrap your head around what's happening? You come from a humble place, you've got your family and friends who mean so much to you, and all of a sudden, the streets are filled with people screaming your name. How did you begin to cope with that?
Everyone was just in a state of shock the whole time. Like, looking at the first billboard in Times Square, you're like, Times Square? I've seen that in the movies, you know? There was always a bit of like, where are we? How do we do this? I think that was what was attracted a lot of people to the band. I think it was very clear that it was 5 working class, blue collar kids who were just the deer in the headlights and are now like these worldwide known people. We have to remember, it was us, our team, our bubble around us, and we just kind of went from place to place worldwide and just kind of went along with it. If you're looking in, it must have looked crazy, you know, and everyone's going, you're the biggest band. And we were just kind of still having a great time. And just, we always used to say, like, normal people doing an abnormal job, which is a good outlook to have. Remember one of the stadium tours was called Where We Are Tour, because we always used to be like, look where we are. It was literally named because we were just always like, what the hell's going on? And every now and then you catch yourself just like looking at each other, just going, this is nuts. Like on stage at like the MetLife or the Garden, or, you know, you'd have a moment every now and then. It was just like, this is nuts. Thankfully, that's never gotten old. I love it.
You keep that wonder about you. Anybody who knows you says you're obviously an extraordinary artist, but you've kept you're a normal guy. You know, you can sit and have a pint and jump in there and sing karaoke. Is that just your foundation, your family, your friends, just keeping grounded in all of that?
You just have to have the right people around you and keep friends and family close, and don't let any infiltrations or anything like that happen. And then just be yourself. I think people can see through the BS sometimes.
As you look back on it now, these years later, does it feel like a dream or something? Or how do you look at it now as a
I think I've been able
man?
to, I think that was what was important about the pandemic for me too. It was, as I said, it was the first time I sat still. With that comes reflection and like just actually sitting and just going like, what's just happened for the last 10 years? This is the first time I've actually had to like think about the achievements and the tours, and the fact that I can say that we played like 2 years of stadiums is just nuts. Not many people can say that at all. In the most humble way, I say that. So having that period to just like sit back and be like, oh my God, it does. It nearly feels like it's like a separate life now that I'm like a bit older and a bit, you know, I've solved the world now. I'm so mature now.
You're a wise man.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I definitely have a wiser, like, and a good outlook on things looking back. I didn't lose the plot along the way. I'm not a Hollywood horror story.
Right, right.
Oren has imparted some of that wisdom during his first season as a coach on The Voice, where he won the competition with singer Gina Miles.
You are unbelievable.
How much fun has that been for you?
Oh, it's been great. Like, I was nervous going into it, you know, having come from a show like that. I was like, do I want to go back into something like that? I've never mentored anyone before, but it was the best decision I made. It's so much fun.
I bet you have incredible empathy for the people on that side of it, having been there before.
For sure, yeah. I know exactly what it's like to stand there and like have your future in some famous bloke's hands, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm the famous dude with the future in the hand.
With 3 albums under his belt, Horan has shown he can stand alone, away from the boys in the band.
Went back to London, and I just had to trust that. I guess the biggest thing for me was I knew I could write a song. How good was the next question? I had a fan base that if I was to release something, there was a fan base there to receive in some shape or form. You know, some people would hang on to it and some people wouldn't, whatever it may be. I just had to kind of trust that I could write a song and that if I was to release something, some people would be there to take it on. How long it was going to last, again, we never know.
You had the advantage of a built-in fan base, as you said, but also it seems to me the challenge of some people wanting to just put you in that box and say they're boy banders. That was a moment in time. You had to prove yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think there's always a level of trying to prove yourself. Like, it's so competitive out there. It's not easy to just go and like write a song, release it, and just be convinced that it's just going to do well. Like, that's never a guarantee, ever. It's still not. But there's definitely an element of, right, I'm going to put my best foot forward here, try and give everything I can in performances, be myself in interviews, and then the rest is just like up to the people. It's the great thing about music these days is that power is in people's hands. They'll make the decisions on whether you stick around or not. And then hopefully you write a good song here and there and there's a bit of longevity to it. I've been doing it for, 14 years now. I really hope it doesn't stop anytime soon.
No, I think you're in good shape, my friend.
Thanks.
I think it's yeah. Who's the best player in the band? Me.
Whether holding a guitar or a ping pong paddle, Marcus Mumford can play.
We used to take a table on tour. I should be much better than I am. Very backspinning. There's a lot of backspin going on.
At the moment, the Mumford & Sons frontman is out on the road without his bandmates, touring behind his debut solo album, self-titled.
It's a proper album in the way we don't see them anymore, which is you've got to listen to the whole thing from 1 to 10 to hear the full story.
Yeah, me and Beyonce trying to keep the album fires burning.
What made you want to sit down, step away from Mumford for a bit, and tell this story?
I didn't think of it, I wasn't intentional about it at the beginning. I just wanted to write songs again. The first 2 songs that came out were Cannibal and Grace, which are the first 2 songs on the record. And as soon as I'd written them, I showed them to the guys in the band. I said, I don't know if this is a band record. I don't know if it's even a record yet, but it feels like something I maybe should do on my own. And they all completely agreed and supported it. So then the songs just started rolling one after the other. I spent about 18 months writing and recording. Enlisted more support than I've ever had for anything I've done. So it's weird that it's called a solo record. It's the most collaborative piece of music I've ever worked on. And yeah, the songs really led it. I was determined to follow the creative where it led.
The album opens with Cannibal, Mumford's deeply personal and painful song about the sexual abuse he suffered as a child.
When I began to tell, it became the hardest thing I ever said out loud.
It's so weird with songs because you take the most private things that you have and that moment of artist behavior where you write a song about something really personal and then you do the most public thing you could do with it and you go and publicize it, play it to people and it goes on the radio or whatever. it's just a really weird thing that we do as artists. But I sort of refused to call it a record until I had all the songs, because I just didn't want to think about releasing it until I knew there was something there to release. And then I figured I'd think about that stuff later. So really, I didn't even call it an album until late last year. And then this year started thinking about how to present it to people. And at that point, I started thinking, oh, I'm going to have to talk about this. I'm going to have to... And seeing that more as an opportunity than some sort of punishment is how I've approached it. And it feels good. I feel kind of free and happy and kind of fulfilled by doing the process.
Was it a difficult decision, or it sounds like it wasn't really
It wasn't
a decision?
really a decision, no. Once I'd written it, I, just became part of the collection of songs along with the other 9 on the record. And then early this year, I started thinking, okay, this is going to be put out somehow.
I know a lot of people have stepped out and said, oh my gosh, he's telling my story, I can tell mine, things like that.
Yeah, it's the reason I called it self-titled rather than using my name. Because I love the idea that other people might be able to access parts of my story and project their own onto it, or feel something from their own story in mine, which is really cool. It's sort of the magic of music, I think.
After Cannibal comes Grace, a song that recounts the experience of Mumford telling his mother about the abuse only recently.
I thought I'd talk my mum through that stuff, and I hadn't. So when I played her Cannibal was the first time she kind of clocked it. Wow. And so I wrote Grace, like, the first lyric is, well, how shall we proceed without things getting too heavy? And that sort of acts, I think, as an invitation for the audience to join me on what I think becomes a story about freedom and recovery, and has a lot of hope in it. I'm a Beyonce guy. She always talks about leaving people with hope, And that's true, I think, on every song on the record. The first song ends with beginning again, and then it kind of goes on from there.
The album closes with a song about forgiveness, co-written by Mumford's friend, Grammy winner Brandi Carlile.
Release you from all of the blame I know how.
The first lyric in the first song is "If I Could Forgive You," and the last one is "I Will," and it's a statement of intent. It's not necessarily saying forgiveness is done and dusted. I think it's more of a process, like a left foot, right foot thing. Like, I'm going to choose to do this now.
Did you feel like you needed to forgive yourself for something?
Oh yeah, for tons of stuff.
Really?
Yeah. From a really early age, had things hidden in my life, and they would cascade into other hidden things, and you get tangled up in it all. And so unpicking that and forgiving yourself for that stuff, I think, is an important part of kind of recovery.
Have you found forgiveness, not just for yourself, but beyond? Is that last song true?
Well, I think I certainly find myself I think with more access to compassion for people who behave in ways that seem like abhorrent or heinous to me, and behind like all these stories, and certainly my own, of like bad behaviors or behaviors that really affect other people in negative ways, there's normally a story underneath that. And so I think I'm able to not just see the way someone presents, but think, and I wouldn't project a story onto them, but think like, you've got a bunch of stuff going on in your life. And it seems, by the way you're presenting to me, that you haven't had the opportunity to look at that stuff. So instead of just writing someone off completely and saying, like, you're not a person I want to ever associate with, which is that there's a lot of that in our culture at the moment. Yes. And I get it completely. But the fact that it's more complicated than just one single narrative, normally there's layers of narratives there. I think I've got more access to compassion, maybe, than I did before.
Self-Titled is dedicated to Mumford's wife, the Oscar-nominated actress Carey Mulligan. The pair have been married since 2012 and have 2 young children.
I think Yoko gave creative partners like sometimes a bit of a bad rep. There was one day actually we were at the studio and Carey was showing up and she was driving, and they had like these really fancy little placards to put in front of your parking spots. So like one saying Marcus Mumford on it, and I'd park there, and she called me, she's like, where do I park? I said, there's a slot allocated for you. And when she showed up, I'd got them to print a Yoko sign and put it in her parking spot, which I was thrilled about. She was like, good gag, babe.
She liked it?
She liked it. But I wouldn't have made it without her. There's good reason that it's dedicated to her. And she's been phenomenally supportive all the way. It's cool.
Born in California to parents who were leaders in their church, Mumford moved with the family back to London at 6 months old. His prodigious talent for music was born in the kitchen. Do you remember, Marcus, when the spark was lit for you in terms of music?
The kitchen in my household growing up was the place where we'd listen to the most music outside of the car. My mum's an amazing chef. She would be in the kitchen, make stuff, and I would sit on the floor, listen to music. And I remember pulling out pots and pans because I started on the drums. And then, listening to music with my mum in the kitchen. She had a vinyl player, so I put on House of the Rising Sun by the Animals and Slow Train Coming. She had those records.
Good taste.
And then Tallis, a lot of vocal music. She was a kind of singer in a choir.
And you'd offer a little percussion
A little percussion, some harmonies. Yeah.
And then at what point did you say, I know you left college to pursue this, at what point did you say, this is something I really want to go after?
In my head, I still haven't said that. I'm still a semi-professional in my head. I'm still going back to college at some point. I left college on a sabbatical because I got offered a job playing drums with Laura Marling. And I went and did that. And during the course of that year, we set up the band. And jumped up at the end of her shows and played a song or two. And then the first tour of the States we did, half of us were her backing band. And Wynn and Ben slept in the back lounge on the bus because there weren't enough bunks for us all. And then from there on, she really gave us the leg up to play our own shows. And we went from there.
Mumford has spent more than a decade performing in arenas around the world with Mumford & Sons, the band he formed with friends in 2007. Their debut album, Sigh No More, was released in the US in 2010, climbing to #2 on the Billboard chart while selling more than 3 million copies and earning the band a Grammy nomination for Best New Artist.
We did theatres once, and I think normally you do like 2 or 3 theatre runs and then move up to the bigger rooms. And it just we climbed that ladder fast, I think.
We were talking earlier today about a performance that grabbed a lot of people, which was at the Grammys in 2011. I was watching again this morning, the way you all are stomping on that riser, and then the horns come in, and you have this look about 2 minutes in of just complete joy. Almost like, can you believe where we are, boys? Do you remember that night well? Because obviously things changed for you after that.
Yeah, Bob Dylan said to me because that was the one we did with Dylan and the Avett Brothers. And Dylan, pretty much the only thing he said to me during rehearsals was keep that boot going, because I was stomping.
Yeah.
And I've considered that a mantra. It's led to a lot of 4 on the floor songs. But I think, and it was funny because after we played our song, the Avetts played their song. We went behind the curtain to get ready to all come on to play Maggie's Farm with Dylan. And I think it was probably when the live broadcast was happening to however many tens of millions of people, I think it was the first time he'd heard our music. But he kind of liked it, and we came back while the Avetts were playing, and he walked over to me and he went, play that again. And I still had my guitar in my hands, and I really quietly, because we're behind the curtain, the Avetts are right there, I start playing him The Cave, and he goes, I can sing on that. Let's do Maggie's Farm to that. And we've been practicing for 3 days. We were all like, what are you talking, what do you mean? But you're Bob Dylan, we'll do whatever you tell us to do. He's like, I'm gonna sing it on that. And then his bass player, Tony, came over and was like, Bob, we're not doing that, we practiced. We're literally walking on stage in 30 seconds.
Is that an out-of-body experience that Bob Dylan is leaning in and giving you notes, let's jam this way?
Yeah, totally. But one I'll never forget,
'Cause I know my weakness, know my voice.
Mumford & Sons' next 2 albums debuted at #1, making the band a foot-stomping international sensation that fans will be happy to hear is just on a break.
The band isn't broken up. I also see it as like, hopefully, one in very many records I make throughout my career.
A new way of making music on his own, giving Mumford a new perspective too.
I think I've taken myself slightly less seriously, which helps. And I know it's just a period of time in my life, and I'll go back to the band next, and I'm really excited about that. But for now, I'm just trying to enjoy this period.
Oh, yeah.
Just teed that one up for you.
I'm done.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little
Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Feel like a hard to get.
I've never done this behind a bar.
I know you're slinging it pretty well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I like a little bit of a kick, put some tahini on the rim. I know it's early, but whatever. Here you go, Willie.
Marin, thank you so much. I'm honored. Cheers.
Cheers.
A toast to the end of a tour where Marin Morris sold out venues across the country and mixed up her famous margaritas on the bus.
Yeah, I'm just not ready for it to be over. I wish we had done more shows.
Maybe we can add a few at the end.
Yeah,
Book
just
them here and now.
For fun.
Tack 'em
I'll go
on.
busk in the street.
I bet you would actually.
Yeah.
You've done it before.
I'll open the guitar case.
The tour shares a name with her latest album called Humble Quest.
I'm on a humble quest, and am I to my best?
What does Humble Quest mean to you?
I think from 2020 on to now, I've learned a lot about myself because my tour got canceled. I lost my producer Busby in late 2019. And so just everything was really humbling. I think just about being a human. It's like you are not in control. You never were.
It was strange for all of us, but I have to imagine for someone who's been on the road for 15 years or something like that, doing shows, grinding, hustling the whole time, to just hit the brakes for 2 years, it was probably disorienting to you in some way. Your husband too, because he's a performer as well.
I think the bottom fell out in many ways for me, and I've sort of learned through therapy that I have been doing this hustle since I was 10 or 11 years old. I'm 32. I haven't stopped. It took the world coming to a halt for me to stop.
Marin's son Hayes was born in March of 2020, in those first days of the pandemic.
I think a lot of identity crises happened there. Not just like being a new parent and a new mother and dealing with, postpartum depression for the first time and reeling from that and trying to find the forest through the trees, but also just knowing my worth without someone clapping for me. I kind of felt like, this sounds so cheesy, but I felt like a woman, like the sort of form I was supposed to take a long time ago that I've been in arrested development over. It finally came because I had to stop doing this thing that always gave me this pride.
So how did that manifest itself? What did it mean to you to become a woman, as you say?
I think that I'm a child still in a lot of ways that I haven't properly matured because I've always been able to throw it into music. But as far as relationships go, I think from a very early age, I've been taking care of myself and other people and just performing. And I think when you have your own kid and you kind of can't go to work, your purpose is very different. And so you kind of have to just chisel it out of stone yourself. And I think I was probably supposed to do that a long time ago, but it just didn't happen until now.
Don't know why I let you, but I do. 'Cause I love chasing after you.
She spent the time at home reflecting and writing songs with her husband, Ryan Hurd, a fellow singer-songwriter.
As far as being creative with him goes, it was like, can we just please write something light to pull me out of this pandemic doldrum, and I don't want to, sit in the ashes very long here. So he kind of just helped me in song form and in just conversation form figure out how to get to the light.
I drove circles around this town, trying to ride circles around this town, trying to say something with meaning, something worth singing about.
She began to find that light by reaching back to her early days in Nashville, long before she was a Grammy-winning chart-topping star.
Circles Around This Town stands out among other great songs. What is the message of that song? What are you saying?
Well, the line that I love is, I thought when I had hit it, it all looked different, but I've still got the pedal down, driving circles around this town. And that to me was like, I moved to Nashville 10 years ago with nothing. And I really had to build myself up and build my song repertoire just from scratch. And I think I still have that grind in me that is like, your best song is the last one you wrote. So you always are trying to one-up yourself. And that's the beautiful competition art form that is Nashville songwriting, is like, all your friends are better than you. And it doesn't make you downtrodden, it makes you excited to show them the last thing you wrote. So that community there is really special to me because I feel like they hold me accountable. They also make me a better writer every single time I go back into the room.
Yeah, isn't it interesting? I found this too, where you think in the course of your career, there's going to be some moment where you go, I did it. And you put your feet up. But if you have the motor that people like you and I probably both have, you never put your feet up, right?
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, my husband, jokes that he'll be wheeling me off the casino stage when we're like, I'm 90 or something. That's gonna be my fate, is like, I'll probably just die on stage because I love it so much. I don't wanna take time off. I don't like the idea of saving up a bunch and retiring because it's not a job to me. It's like my passion.
Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get an amen?
After coming up on the honky-tonk circuit in her home state of Texas, Morris spent her early years in Nashville writing songs for other people. But it was the one she kept for herself that changed her life.
Yeah, I guess that's my church.
My Church was a coming out party for Morris, and the hits have been coming ever since.
I'm a 90s baby in my 80s Mercedes.
Including 2 #1 singles
When the bones are good, the rest don't matter.
off of her second album, Girl.
Tell it to hang your head low.
And of course, the relentlessly popular song, The Middle, where she sang lead vocals with Gray and Zedd. Did you have any sense when you put that song out that it was going to become this massive hit, #1, and change your life in the way that it did?
I think it just opened up a huge world audience to my voice. And so if anyone ever heard that, like, baby, they'd be like, who is this? Oh, Maren Morris, who's that? And then, you know, they would go to my previous work.
So why don't you just meet me in the middle, in the middle.
When you sit down to write any new album now, do you think about hits at this point? Or are you just trying to write great songs?
I think a hit for me at this point is just a byproduct of hopefully a great song. I can't go in and create with that formula in my head of what I think a hit will be, because then you end up following a trend that someone has already set. And I think that you want it to be the opposite of that. You want to set it and create something that's new, or if it is reminiscent or nostalgic of something else, it's done in a way that's really fresh. And so yeah, it's at this point, I've had crossover success. I've had songs on pop radio, on Hot AC, on country. I'll always take it when it comes, but I don't go in and set out to be the hit maker. I just want to write a great song, and I want to connect with my friends that I'm writing it with and connect to a higher self or God or whatever it is in that room. That's what I'm there to do.
I hesitated to use the term crossover, but since you used it,
Yeah.
what does that mean to you exactly? Because it seems to me that genre doesn't really matter as much anymore.
Yeah.
If you're good, and people find it wherever it is.
Everything has gone over to streaming, and people are just pulling up playlists based on mood, which I love. That's kind of how I search for things. But respecting and staying true to a root of what made you fall in love with a genre in the first place is important. But it's not my Bible. I think that I am so influenced by so many genres, and I've never said otherwise. Like, from my church on, it's always been the kitchen sink.
Success in music has given Morris a voice outside of it, too. She has been outspoken on social issues, from abortion rights and gun control to the need for diversity in country music and defending trans youth. You use your voice and your platform to speak out on issues. When you started to do that, was there any trepidation of, I'm about to step in it, and now I'm going to be in the middle of it?
Yeah, I think it's gotten more galvanized since I've had my son, that I am really trying to make something beyond music, and I want people to look around at my shows and realize, okay, this is really loving and safe and comfortable. Like, no matter what walk of life or where you come from, I want you to be able to be safe at my show. And I'm willing to be uncomfortable to do that.
Is there a risk to it? Because I would say I'm a fan of country music. Most artists aren't going to sit down in an interview and talk about the things you talk about, or to even go on social media and take on those issues, because they say, maybe I believe that, maybe I do feel that way. It's just not worth the fight. It's not worth losing fans. Do you feel any hit from doing that? I mean,
honestly, like, when I put my church out, I kind of got my first dose of criticism of people saying the song is like blasphemous at my church. And I remember, oh wow, I'm really gonna have to have some thick skin to get through this if this is like the song that's already pissing people off in a very weird way. So I think from the get-go, I've gone through the chapters of feeling just the criticism and knowing that, you know what, you're gonna piss people off either way, so you better let them know where you stand. And I think that, yeah, I've probably lost listeners along the way, but I think the ones I've gained and the ones I've retained, they know exactly who I am and what they're getting, and I see the residual effect of it now that time has passed, of the positivity that it's ingrained into the fan base. So even if you take a hit here and there, it's worth it.
With the Humble Quest tour now wrapped, it seems Morris has a new itch.
I want to do Broadway.
You do?
Yeah. I've really tried to just scare myself the last few years. I hosted a late night show, had never done that.
Yeah.
I flew with the Air Force Thunderbirds in a fighter jet. I'm talking to you. I'm just kidding.
That's an adventure.
Yeah.
Living her life with some spice and a kick.
That is delicious, truly. Not just because you made it.
Thank you for giving me a
Cheers.
bar to do it in. Cheers again. Thank you.
My nail tech knows how to keep it a little secret.
At 24, Jack Harlow is a leader in rap's latest generation. His clever lyrics, rhythm-driven flow, and viral moment-making charm
Love you. Bye.
Love ya.
have found him a massive following on social media
She brought a buddy in. What you studying?
and in real life.
You think you funny, huh? Yeah, I'm the funniest. So what about you?
I think I'm coming in at a time where rap has gotten like very street again. I think I'm blessed to like have a spot right now because it's not a time where like it's like, yeah, let's let as many white boys in as we can. People are looking for authenticity.
So how close is this to home?
It's not far off. I think people relate to it though. A lot of the fans at the show, they talk to me and they're like, my garage looked just like that.
Yeah.
That meant so much to me.
Yeah. Harlow currently is touring the country with his latest album, Come Home, the Kids Miss You. That title is a nod to his desire to get back to his hometown of Louisville, Kentucky, after a dizzying rise to fame.
I was spending so much time away from Kentucky that something was calling me back and continues to. I recorded most of the album outside of Kentucky. And it also was kind of an inside joke that I'd seen my fans commenting it under everything. They would say it on some like distant wife energy. So it's something that just felt appropriate for the time.
Yeah.
It became like, I just like titles that like signify an era.
Mm-hmm. So speaking of where you are with the title of the album, you have exploded in the last couple of years in popularity and fame and success and all those measurables. How have you kept your head about you?
I'd like to think the company I keep, maybe. It's a lot of my day ones and team strong. I feel like a lot of people around me have like strong integrity. On a day-to-day basis, they start to rub off on you. And a lot of my homeboys will still tell me exactly what they think or, you know, make fun of me. You know what I mean? It's not some weird hierarchy that makes me feel like I'm in this strange position.
What about your family? They keep you grounded too?
Yeah, definitely. They make it clear to me all the time that they like care about my happiness before anything. You know, you have a party, maybe you'll have some people over. You have this moment where you're like, you know, all these people might not be here if I wasn't in the position I was in life. Maybe they wouldn't be smiling as hard, or maybe they wouldn't laugh as hard at every joke I'm making. And then so you start to account for everyone in your life that you feel like would be no matter what.
Check this out. I'm from the 502 and I
The son of small business owners, Harlow was raised in a home that was a little bit country, a little bit hip-hop, with a mother who listened to Drake, Eminem, and Kanye West.
So how early do you remember listening to hip hop with your mom?
I always say my earliest memories when she went and bought Late Registration by Ye on disc. I played it in the car and she was like, you can hear this, but you can't say a lot of these words you're about to hear. So I just remember listening to Late Registration in the car with her. It's definitely a key moment for me. She had a huge CD collection that I would sift through on my own, you know, without even being handed anything and just be like, oh, let me listen to this. So definitely had my like dusting off the vinyl moments because of her.
But your dad's a country guy, right?
Yeah.
So you got these two influences.
Yeah.
Does that side show up in your music
I think so.
at all?
I think the storytelling, which is in both genres, but like the vibrato, he likes to sing. He sang at their wedding. He sang Suspicious Minds by Elvis. So
yeah.
He, my dad's soulful, you know. So I definitely inherited some of that. And yeah, I love country. I don't know if I would make country, but there's like a lot of the emotion and storytelling and just the yearning I love about it.
Got the girls like OMG, skaters like Totally, standout geek, acting like you didn't notice me.
Going by Mr. Harlow, Jack first showed promise with the mic in middle school, where he sold homemade mixtapes for $2 a pop.
So your parents talk about when you were young with the Guitar Hero mic, you're in your room writing rhymes, you're 12 years old. Is that about when you remember catching the bug of, I think hip hop's my thing?
Hip hop wasn't like a niche genre by the time I was a teen.
Right.
It was everything. It was influencing the way we were dressing. Even as white kids, it was just like, it was it was culture, period. So it's what you grow up in. It's like the kids that decided to go make a band are the ones that were doing something niche.
So beyond the mixtapes that were very popular, what's the moment where you said, okay, now I know I can do this for a career?
Of course, there's like affirming moments, but like, I can't pinpoint a time where I was like unsure, which is strange. But I think day after day, your self-image is like, duh. Slowly you shape your reality into exactly what you expect for yourself. And of course, there's bumps along the way to discourage you. There's tons of imposter syndrome for me.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's a black genre and I was white, so it's just, I am white. So, you know, so many of your peers come from a different background and have different stories, and you feel like, you have moments where you feel like an outsider.
So how did you get over that? How did you make that leap to feeling like yes, I should be here with these guys?
You know, there's like those moments where you're in your head and then there's moments where you're out. And I think I was lucky enough to spend more time out of it. Not saying, I wonder how they're taking me, and more like, they f with me. You know, I'm good, I belong.
What's it like to walk out here, just wall to wall, floor to ceiling, people screaming and giving it all back to you?
It's a high. On the right night, it's a complete reminder why I chase this. It's totally euphoric.
The ones that hate me the most are just like me.
It has been 2 years of highs for Jack Harlow,
Back with the remix.
the hip-hop artist who exploded onto the scene in 2020.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
With the multi-platinum hit, What's Poppin'.
My track record so clean, they couldn't wait to just bash me.
Then came a feature on the Lil Nas X hit, Industry Babies.
I told you long ago. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes, I am.
Followed this year by First Class, Harlow's first song to go to #1, with some help from an irresistible sample of Fergie's Glamorous.
I've been a throw up the sex in a.
I'm as proud of First Class as any song. And it's not because of how big it is either, it's because of what it is.
And what is it to you?
It's just full circle. Anytime you can work your own personal DNA into your artistry. Hip-hop artists have been doing it for years. They sample whatever their parents were playing in the house, or they sample something they loved when they were 6. But what's beautiful is there's kids right now that think that's the song, and they hear Glamorous and they're like, oh, is that a remix of First Class? Or, you know what I mean? So it's bringing it to a new generation.
Fair to say that is a song that changed your life?
Yeah, I would say so. Anytime you can get a song that just translates and touches, that everyone knows, children know, you know, older people know, everyone knows, it's like, it does something to your career in that moment. And it's crazy because it's such a commercial record, But it's so full circle for me because I was paying homage when I did it, which is one of the pillars of hip hop, is just sampling. It was like, we created this from the ground up. Me and my producers, I chose that song that I grew up on. I was like, let's make something of this. So it's rare, I think, that sometimes people's biggest commercial moments might not resonate in their heart. Even though it's success and they're grateful for it, it might not hit their heart like, And I think people would be surprised. I know that First Class is like soulful to me, at least.
You had a lot of influences growing up. I think that wouldn't be the first one most people would pick for you to come out with your big hit song, right?
That's right. And that's what you want. You want something that's like, oh. Because I think when it came out, everyone was kind of like, damn, how's nobody done that? And that's what you want. You want one of those like, oh. You want your peers to be like, oh, why didn't I think of that?
So now that you decide that's the sample, what's your writing process?
Yeah, well, it was like sort of a theme throughout the album is conversing with the sample. So not just letting the sample be in the background or talking over it, but rather like playing off of it. Like even my intro, Talk of the Town, we sample Destiny's Child, and I'm talking to the sample. So it became a theme throughout the album, I think. And then for the verses, I think we hit the nail on the head with the hook so hard. It just was so like, there's something obvious about it. Like, yeah, this is very easy to attach to. For the verses, I just wanted to rap and say a few things that might even be polarizing, like certain lines that people were like, why would he say that? But it's like, that's the balance. It's curation. Like anyone had the opportunity to sample Glamorous. Everyone is allowed to do that. It's like, when you choose to do it and the timing, like, it's up to you.
And shorty, like, you know that boy Jack is going places. I know.
But his sights are set on more than music, with an upcoming acting debut in a remake of the 1992 movie White Men Can't Jump.
You mean play basketball?
Stepping into the role made famous by Woody Harrelson.
How'd you play?
Oh, the cameras will tell you I did well. They only use it in the good takes, I'll tell you that.
That's good.
And while he seemingly is everywhere these days, Harlow still is most at home on stage.
Having the garage, the lights, the smoke, the lasers, it's all fire. I would have an empty stage and I perform with a white tee and shorts on. If the crowd is perfect, nothing else matters.
Last time you were in Boston, you're in a little bar trying to scare up 100 people.
Yeah.
Right now, there are people sleeping on the sidewalk to get in tonight.
There's so many levels you can reach, right? But truth be told, like when I look out, I'm like, this is really all you need to sell out a room. It means the world. Like, so many people don't get a chance to feel this.
When you look ahead, what do you see?
I think I still have a lot to prove in the music space. I think I've had like some amazing commercial success, but I think there's still stories and like art I want to make that I haven't made. I think I still have to prove myself a little bit, which is exciting. I think that's how you want to feel and that's how you stay hungry. So as my image and brand like continues to grow and people recognize me in the street, whether they listen to my music or not, I really want to make sure that I leave behind the mark I want to leave on music and be a true storyteller and have music I'm really proud of that I can look back on and say, man, this helped someone. So I still have steps I want to take as just an artist, so I'm hungry. But in terms of trajectory, like, we're gunning for the top.
last time I interviewed you, we were on Zoom, and I
Yeah.
was literally in my garage.
And I was home. This is so much fancier. I actually like connecting with people. I like being a part of the world.
Kate Hudson is stepping back into the world in style.
Look at this pool. I think I'll go for a swim. Maybe I'll lay out for a bit. Being back doing comedy, this is where.
In Glass Onion, the follow-up to the hit 2019 whodunit Knives Out, written and directed again by Rian Johnson, Hudson plays a hilariously self-absorbed former model named Birdie J.
So obviously you're a fan of the first movie. I think most of us were. So when the phone rings or the email comes in that says, hey, Kate, they're interested in you for the next one,
Yeah.
your reaction is?
Oh, I hope I get this part. I mean, I hope it's me. Usually there's the short list, you know, of like people write for parts, you hear about it. I was on that short list. He wanted to meet with me. And I remember reading it for the first time, Birdie J, and I was like, oh man, come on. Put me in, coach. Like, this is right up my alley. And again, going back to his writing, I read so much comedy. And like, it's always, somehow comedies, like they read a lot like sketches, you know? They're like situational comedy. Like, the device is funny, the situation is funny. But when you get a writer who knows how to write a character that earns the laugh, it's like a dream for, I think, anybody who loves to play comedic roles. And so I just kind of, you know, chanted a little bit, prayed to God, and went in and tried to charm the pants off of Ryan. And it worked.
Clearly it worked.
Hello. Oh my God. We can't hug, right? I mean, can we?
There's something very familiar about Birdie J. She's not a person,
Yeah.
but she's sort of a archetype of
She's
a kind of person.
She's a thing. She chooses to show up in a room to be seen. She chooses to open her mouth when she probably shouldn't. Say things to be seen. So cute. You really try. I like that. You really make an effort.
Well, I figured Grease.
The cast, just, oh my gosh. You go around that dining room table and you're just so excited that
Yeah.
each of you is at the table. Catherine Hahn.
Are we even going to talk about the elephant in the room?
Am I the elephant?
Yeah, you're the elephant.
You're not that bad. And Catherine and I to be reunited like that was honestly like one of the great joys of this experience for me, because she and I on How to Lose a Guy in 10 days just fell in love with each. I mean, we just loved each other so much. And
Hi. Oh, good morning, sunshine.
to see her career and how far she's come and how much like wisdom she now brings to her work, you know, from where we both started. It was
20 years ago.
Oh my God.
Does that feel
I
like
would say that goes fast, but it feels like 5 lifetimes
I was
ago.
gonna say.
Like, why does this always happen to me?
So to come back here, did you have the same old relationship
Yes.
and the jokes and it
Yes,
was all
which is
still
the
there?
best feeling,
Yeah.
because you don't want people to change. You want them to grow, but not like change the essence of who they are. And I think we're both like that. Like, we haven't really changed much. We've just grown.
Hudson's professional growth spurt started at 21 years old with a breakout performance in the 2000 classic Almost Famous.
You're too sweet for rock and roll.
Sweet? The movie made Hudson famous and earned her nominations for both a Golden Globe and an Academy Award.
So what do you think?
About the food or you?
Both.
Over the next decade, Hudson became one of Hollywood's most successful stars, with box office hits like the aforementioned How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, opposite Matthew McConaughey.
You call my bluff?
You bet I am.
Then there was You, Me, and Dupree.
Dupree? Live with us?
And Fool's Gold, pairing her again with McConaughey.
You know, PlayStation.
When she's not acting, the 43-year-old Hudson stays in motion with her successful activewear company, among others.
So today we're in the design studio.
You're running Fabletics. You've got vodka.
About vodka.
You've got In Bloom.
Mm-hmm. I've got 3 companies. I do a lot. I get so bored. Like, there's no way I could just sit and wait like 6 months to make another movie. I have to be doing something.
Right.
And I'm also quite linear. Like, I go back and forth. Like, I have my weird creative artistic times where I like have to like throw everybody out and I gotta get weird and, you know. And then I have moments where I'm like, I just wanna like be administrative and like organize files. I wanna like get my linear brain going. And that I think is where the business side came in. Like it started with just wanting to, before it was like, everyone was like growing some kind of company. I wanted to be in fashion. I saw this idea, everyone was like, it's a little risky. It's, you know, not like a normal endorsement. It's, you know, it was like, I'm investing in a company for leggings that's, you know, affordable clothing for women. And I was like, this is awesome. I get to talk about something I'm passionate about. I get to learn about this business. I had no idea that the success of the company would be what it was. And then the learning curve came. And then I got really in. I like the business aspect of it. It's not easy. It's hard and it's a grind, but it's there's something about it. I like the grind. Like, I like the winning part of growing a company that means something to you, that has like purpose. I enjoy that.
It sounds like the answer to this question is no, but is there any world where you just run your businesses and you say,
no,
the acting part of my life is over?
No, never. It'll be the opposite for me. For me, it'll be like, I think that part, I think that as I get older, I want to just read more. I want to write more. I want to sing.
You mentioned that a few times in
Yeah.
public. This is
Well,
happening.
now it's
Here
just
we
happening.
go.
It's just happening
So
now.
what do we?
Yeah.
We've got an album coming,
I
or
do.
what's?
I have an album. I've been making an album. That's what came for COVID for me. That sort of out of that was like, okay, I'm making a record. And actually, the way it happened was it started with me just saying, you know what, I need to sing more. I was so terrified of singing in front of people, and I was over it. I don't like being fearful, and so I was like, okay, if someone asks me to sing, I'm just gonna say yes. I'm just gonna say. So I got into the parent band at my school. But the parent band, they asked me, they're like, will you come sing a song with the parent band? I was like, oh, I said I'd say yes, so yeah. But the parent band is like all Grammy award winning, like musicians and producers, but they really they were like, Kate, you need to make a record. Like then Linda Perry, she's a songwriter. She did What's Going On, Four Non-Blondes, but she's very, very, very prolific, like kind of a hit maker, right? Like writes the most amazing songs. And she cold called me and was like, why aren't you making a record? And I said, because I don't know. I don't have the structure. I don't have the time. I don't have the, and she goes, no. And she said, come into my studio. And I sat in her studio. She made me sing a song that she had written. And then she sat me down. She's like, we're making a record. You got to do it. Put your fall aside. We're going to write. And she goes, you write music? I go, yeah. She's like, all right, we're going to write together. So we wrote. And me, Danny, and Linda sat for 2 months and wrote 25 songs. Wow. And then so it's been just from then, it's just like kind of no expectation, just like a love for songwriting. It was all the emotion needed to just pour out. It did. It's there. You'll hear it. I also think like for my kids, they know I sing every day. I write music. Even for them to see that at this time in my life, I don't care. I just have to do it. And I hope it's as warmly received as I have cared for it, you know, because it's just a labor of love. I mean, that's all it is. And if it means that then I have this pivot and I'm playing shows and I'm doing things like that, I would love it. But I have no expectation for, like, there's no calculated move. I just want to put music in the world.
People love you. You have goodwill. They're going to root for you. Well, I'm going to root for you.
This is good. Okay,
yeah,
great.
we'll start there.
You'll like one song, at least.
Staying busy helps the mother of 3 to cope with her son Ryder's recent move across the country to college. But she has found a support group with friends Gwyneth Paltrow and Reese Witherspoon.
My girlfriend, Gwyneth, our kids were in school together. We both had that moment together when we like look at each other and we're like, how you doing? Because we experienced it at the same time. And Reese, all 3 of us ladies, all of our kids went to college at the same time. It's so hard. I mean, he's in the city, so it's great because when I'm here, I get to see him and we hang out and he's loving the city. I mean, and the first 2 weeks of school, he wrote me, he's like, Mom, you lost me for 4 years. Like, I'm here.
Good.
I'm in it. I love it here. And I was like, oh, all you want is your kid to thrive and like be happy and feel good in his skin. And he's such a great person. Ryder's always been that way. Ryder's the best. He's good human. He's super talented. He's really smart. He's very like perfectly self-deprecating. He's got that great sense of humor that will get him through life. But man, when I'm in LA and I go to the coffee machine in the morning and I don't hear his voice, it's a big one. I didn't think it would hit me so hard.
You raised a great kid who can go all the way across the country and thrive on his own.
That's right.
You did it.
And that's, I hope, yeah. I feel that in him. And I think the other thing too is like someone said to me, because I was having a moment, he was talking about, I don't know, you know, the second he was 18, he like got a tattoo and then he was talking about motorcycles and things. And I was like, oh my God. And this woman said, faith, not fear. Faith, not fear. And that's become my mantra. Like, because I am such a high anxiety mother. I have this like floating mother anxiety through life. Like, where's Bing? Where's Ronnie? What's going, you know, like I'm like, you know, want all my baby cubs. Yes. Like, faith, not fear. That's my new motto.
I love that. I'm glad he's doing so well.
He's doing great. He's going to be a part of this weird world that I'm in for sure.
It's Harry Styles, 102.7 Kiss FM. Good morning. Let's get to it.
Ryan Seacrest has been honing that now famous voice since he first hit the airwaves at just 16 years old.
What was your rap back then, Ryan? Would I recognize it as...
Radio Ryan reaching the beaches and rocking the docks, everybody. Let's go.
You're on the air. Caller. It was like I was over the top. I was one of those, guys that thought you had to talk like this all the time to make everybody, listen and get your attention like that. And slowly that waned and went away.
Well, it is a Ryan's Roses program.
Today, the Radio Hall of Famer needs no introduction.
You probably know the backstory, but Timberland, Nelly Furtado, and Justin Timberlake, they've all gotten back together.
So you have fit me into your incredible schedule. Can you tell me right now every job that you currently hold?
I host On Air with Ryan Seacrest on KISS FM, American Top 40. I host American Idol. I will host Wheel of Fortune, and I host New Year's Rockin' Eve.
What is that schedule like for you? Because you've had it for a long time, to be fair. You've always been a hustler. How do you get through it?
I've only known this schedule. Even when I was in high school, believe it or not, I was playing football, and I was working at the local radio station at night. So my days and my afternoons and my nights were filled, and I thrived off of that. Never did I think I'd have the stamina or endurance to do it in real life for a long time, but it just sort of happened to be that way. And I think the other thing is I always wanted to do this. I always wanted to sit near one of these. I always wanted to be on the air. And I think the fact that I get to do it, I'm grateful, but I'm always afraid it might not be there.
3, 2, 1.
And we're on.
Just this week, Ryan found himself in another studio, the brand new Seacrest Studios inside New York's Cohen Children's Medical Center, where kids get the opportunity to step into Seacrest's shoes. It is the 13th Seacrest studio across the country, with another to open in Salt Lake City later this year.
Here, I'll be your debut host in the Seacrest studio.
I wanted to do something that made an impact, but also was tangible. So I came up with the idea to develop these state-of-the-art media centers, content centers, broadcast studios that become the heartbeat of these hospitals. They become the pulse in the middle of the lobby, in the center of some very serious things that are happening inside those places. And the idea is to create that energy and destination for patients and families to totally escape, if they can, just for a few minutes, what's happening, what they're going through. And I wondered, before we created the Seacrest Studios, would it be possible that a patient might wake up one day having to seek treatment and be excited to go because they were going to see their friends or they were going to meet a celebrity inside the studio? And we hear stories of that happening now.
It has to be so gratifying to have worked as hard as you have worked over these years to get where you are, to be in a position to do something like this, to say, all right, I'm here. What do I do? What do I give back?
You know, the kids that are in these children's hospitals, if anybody's been to them, you don't know when you're going to have to go, and you're so happy there's a great one near you in your community. But when you're there, families miss birthdays, kids miss proms, and we want to create a place where they can continue to celebrate that, make friends, and connect, and that's what these studios do.
Broadcasting is how Seacrest has connected since he was a kid, growing up just outside of Atlanta.
I think you were mowing lawns to raise money at Radio Shack.
I mean, it was very strange to even my parents, I think, at the time, and my friends who also mowed lawns, but they would spend their money at the arcade at the mall. I wanted to go to the mall in Radio Shack and buy a mixer, a tiny one of these things.
At 10?
At 10. And I was pretending to be Casey Kasem, counting them down from coast to coast. In Atlanta, where I grew up, the biggest stars were the DJs. And so I was just fascinated by that world. I remember being so excited to audition to be the guy that does the morning announcements and the Pledge of Allegiance at school. And I thought, gosh, is there a way to do this for a living? You know, I remember that the day that I said to my mom, Mom, I'm looking for some extra work. Could I make some outgoing messages at the time on the little micro cassette tapes for answering machines for our neighbors and charge them like, $2? She laughed and I said, no, I'm not kidding, I'm being serious. And I think they realized that this was something that I just was struck by.
The story goes you get a radio show at 16 years old on an actual FM radio station in Atlanta. How did that job come about?
I called into the nighttime DJ to request songs often, and eventually he recognized me as a caller that calls every single night. And I said, could I come down after school one day and take a tour of the station? Sure, come down. Went down, my parents drove me. I toured the studio, and I was just fascinated by seeing things happen that were being broadcast to other people outside of the room and all over this great big city in my mind. And I thought, this is really cool. So I kept coming back at night. Eventually, I was an unofficial intern. And then I learned to run the board. A couple years later, there was a night where the tape that I was supposed to run of the DJ broke. And I signed on the air and said the call letters. And that was it. And I looked up to Casey and Rick Dees and Larry King and Regis. These were my idols. These are the guys that made me feel so comfortable. You know, Dick Clark, for example, watching him on New Year's Eve as a kid, you wanted to be there. I'd never been to New York City. You wanted to be part of that party. And he made you feel welcome and made you feel a part of it.
And the wild thing is, almost everyone you just listed, you filled their shoes in a job.
I can't even believe it. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. I have no formal training.
Seacrest went to the University of Georgia, but he was a young man in a hurry, and at 19, he left for Hollywood. He booked several hosting gigs there before landing the one that would change his life.
Take a look at this.
On a new show called American Idol.
I love the story that you go into audition for Idol as a judge.
Yeah, they're talking to me about being a judge.
But then it was, how do you feel about hosting live TV? And you confidently said, oh, of course.
I got it. I figured I'll learn by doing, and I did. But those first few seasons, I was so worried about making a mistake. I wanted it to be so perfect, and then you get reps at it, and it becomes more second nature.
Seacrest out. Good night.
Are you aware that Seacrest out is still a thing people say?
Yeah, because now they go Seacrest in. If I come into a restaurant, Seacrest in.
Where'd that come from?
One of the nights, there was some more things for me to say, but I couldn't get it in time before the show was going to end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It just went, Seacrest out! Before we got cut off by the local news. And I think it stuck.
So what was it like being inside and feeling your life change every night that show came on the air?
It was really cool to be out and have people come up and say, I really love Ruben. He's got to win. Or, you know, Carrie just changed my life. You know, watching her changed my life and seeing her story changed my life. They don't say, hi, Ryan. They just launch right into the person and the story that they associate with or that they loved on the show. And we all thought that was just amazing. And it was unscripted. It was loose. We weren't quite sure what was going to happen every night. I think the imperfections were the beauty of it.
For you personally, what was it like? Okay, here's this show, blows up. Massive cultural phenomenon. Now everybody knows your name and your face. Was that hard to get used to for a while?
It wasn't hard to get used to. I embraced it, and you know, like I like people, and I love that somebody I've never met feels like they know me. I will tell you, when I saw the success of it, for me personally, professionally, I made a commitment to dive deeper into working harder on more things to leverage the moment. Because I knew that this was an incredibly unique moment. It may never, will never happen again. How do I learn and how do I leverage it so that there's a career that I can have and longevity I can have?
Nice to see you. Seacrest has been everywhere, on red carpets, on morning television, in Times Square on New Year's Eve, and even behind the scenes as executive producer of the Kardashians reality franchise. Next, he's taking his turn at the wheel, replacing Pat Sajak as host of Wheel of Fortune.
We heard Pat Sajak was retiring. Everyone wondered, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? We heard your name. We said, of course, it's Ryan.
Well, Wheel of Fortune is something that so many of us in this country have grown up with, spent every evening with. It's a part of our family, our tradition, our habits every single night. I was saying to you that, you know, that show on the air makes me feel like the world's going to be okay. Pat Sajak is an icon in this business, and he's made it so comfortable for everybody to watch it.
Has he given you advice?
We had a very quick conversation, and he just told me how much fun the show is and how much fun I'm going to have doing it. You know, the opportunity to give away these amazing cash prizes to people on a regular basis, and essentially just don't get in the way. Let the game be the star.
So do you have any plans yet? I know it's still a year or so away, but what your version of the show will be?
My version will be the version that is. The game works. All you want to do is walk in and say, good evening, grab your devices, and here's the first puzzle.
How important is it to you that Vanna be back for your version of the show?
I think it's extremely important. I am a huge Vanna White fan. When I signed on, I called her and said, I very much look forward to being on that set with you.
Just as our interview was ending, Seacrest got word that Vanna had agreed to return to Wheel for his inaugural season next year.
This is such great news. I have been very excited to work with her, but now that it's official, I can say, congratulations, Vanna, I can't wait.
And also probably nice for the new guy to have somebody who's been there a while.
Yeah, who I can say, how does this work?
Exactly.
Where do we go now? What's next? Okay, got it.
And just a little look to her probably centers you a little bit,
Yeah,
right?
well, she can definitely, Vanna, please tell me what to do.
Wow. Seacrest turns 50 next year with no plans of slowing down.
Your morning hack this morning before 7 o'clock.
He's too busy living his teenage dream.
You're going to walk out of here, you're going to do your radio show, and then you're going to go, okay, now where do I go? Is that a thrill?
I think it's exciting. I do. It's fun. You know, it's everything I always wanted. And I think that the pace actually fuels my energy. If I were to do one thing once a week, I'd be terrible.
What do you want out of the next chapter in your life?
A little more balance personally, probably, right? To focus on personal relationships in my life, because I have a difficult time saying no, right? It's like, yes, I'll be there. Yes, I want to do it. Please let me have this opportunity. So I think I'll probably take a beat and focus on that a little bit more.
You slowing down doesn't seem like it's going to happen, but we'll hope for the best.
About 7 o'clock tonight, I'm going to take it slow.
Hope for the best after your 4:30 dinner.
Right.
Congratulations on opening the new Seacrest Studios.
Thank you.
I applaud you for doing with your platform what you do every day. It's
Thank
great
you.
to see you, man.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Now you're going to be a guest on my show?
Yeah, let's flip
Okay,
it.
great.
Good to see you,
Thanks,
man.
buddy.